Who all has their parents still alive? Not me.
Oh.
I
My
wish.
dad.
Oh,
I
good.
do.
Good.
My dad's 97. My dad's 97.
Good
Bless
Lord.
you.
Wow.
Good
97
Lord.
and very, very active.
Debbie Keller just lost her dad last month. He was 95, I think. Which
Oh.
I wished I had mine that long.
Steve, I saw your lips moving, but I didn't hear anything. And is
Oh,
your
me?
sound still on? No.
Well, I
No,
turned
Steve.
my sound back on. Yeah.
Oh.
I was looking at to see who's who. So I got Carolyn Chamberlain is Tawny. So I'm going to rename you.
Hello?
But your mic's turned off right now too. Hold on.
I'm making tea.
You're making or drinking tawny port. I'm not sure.
I can't figure out why my video doesn't work. I can see you guys, but you can't see me, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a bad thing.
Who's
Okay.
read the book Nine Perfect Strangers?
Are we playing 20 questions?
I'm still rolling. Who are these?
Nice background.
Even if you touch it, it doesn't make it go on.
Where's? Oh, sure.
More doesn't show it.
How come nobody else has to do this? With
I
their
do.
glasses.
You don't want to.
This is
5 years from now.
it's really a funny conversation. It's like bits and pieces.
Ooh, Golden Gate
I noticed we
Bridge.
have a lot of people wearing glasses.
Oh, yeah.
I can put some on.
Yes.
Hi, Janet.
Okay, so for all of the conversations that are going like this all over the place, there's an option. If you look, let me see. I need to log in with my phone too. There's a chat option where you can actually text people, and you can text everyone. Like Jackie Lash Goodhope sent one to me saying, "How do I put my name on the screen?" Or you can send it to an individual. Oh, like Greg asked you to everyone, ask Michael Vanek, did you play football? So, I mean, but you'll see a little thing pop up that has like a number, a little balloon, like a speaking balloon. And if you want to actually share something with somebody else and try not to talk across everybody else at the same time, you can do that. And
That's no fun.
Yeah, really. I like talking across everybody else.
I do too.
Go for it, Carol.
this is
Always
gonna,
done.
this is going to be like the substitute
Everybody on my
teacher.
screen is frozen.
Okay.
The substitute teacher jumps up and down when the kids won't shut up in class. So it's like, I don't know how to deal with that. So it looks like we have everybody's participating with video
Wait.
and everybody's mic is unmuted, which is
Yeah.
interesting.
Okay.
I
So
thought
we
Ed
got,
and Lori Connor were supposed to
You said
come on.
good.
You'll see my name on it, Steve. It's Chris.
Oh.
Oh, look, it's Chris Keister.
yeah, your name is on it.
Oh, it's okay. I missed it.
Yeah, you may not see. So again, you have two view options. You have speaker view, which shows the person who is currently talking.
Okay.
That might be me right now, or Chris just got hers just turned on. And then, or you could gallery view. And gallery view is what allows you to view everybody else, not just the person hogging the mic. So it looks like the people in California are sitting outside.
No.
Many of them.
It's way too smoky to sit outside.
Too smoky and too hot.
No, it's not too hot
How
where
about
I
the
am.
guy
It's-
from New Zealand, Steve?
Yes, well, he's a shoo-in.
Cool, you better get used to it.
He's a shoo-in for an award today.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Freddie.
Who's that?
And I just have a fake background because it's still 96 degrees and have another fire.
Everybody on my screen's frozen.
Okay, so listen to me. If everybody on your screen is frozen, it's you, not us. It's because your
It's me
transmission
what?
speed, if everyone on your screen is frozen, you might still be able to hear, But if they're not moving, it's because you have a slow connection. So you just have to wait. Because if you say every time, my screen's frozen,
That's because
then,
you move away from Maryland.
If you have apps
We're using
working
the
in
same
the
connection,
background,
and I'm
try to
good.
turn off as many of those as you can to help with your bandwidth.
if anybody else, like if two people are sharing the same Wi-Fi or whatever,
Wi-Fi.
and someone inside is streaming porn or whatever,
Oh.
that's going to consume bandwidth. So you got to be careful.
Okay.
Right now, because you're
Maryland? No.
Every day.
Yeah, so I don't want to know who's streaming whatever.
Yeah.
I can do that.
So we had a bunch of people that RSVP'd, and a few people backed out. So we're still gonna. I said that we're gonna do a group picture, which really all we're gonna do is we're just going to make sure that everybody is here and has their significant other or their pet or their whatever. Oh, there, we already get a cat. Okay. Save the cat for in 20 minutes, we'll do a group picture. Okay. Kelly Llewellyn is actually Barbara Holgate.
Yes, yeah.
Gotta change your name. And it looks like Lori LaForce is going to be coming in with Ed. So let me do this here. So I'm still. So again, everybody should be able to see other people's names. And
Nice.
Very good.
Way to go, Peter.
and yeah, where's Peter? But
Right here. Wait, look at the shot.
If I turn my sound down,
That's pretty cool.
yeah, I'll just keep my picture up and look at yours.
so what? Okay, so between Kathy and
I'm
Marilyn,
moving.
no, what you can do
We're
is
moving.
one of you could turn your microphone. Let's see. No, turn your speaker.
That's what I
turn
just
your
tried.
speaker off. Turn your speaker off. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, that's what I just tried. It didn't work.
Somebody's
Now is it okay?
Oh yeah, somebody is. Okay, there's Ed and Lori. I'll rename them.
So Gail, is that the Golden Gate Bridge behind you?
Oh yeah, it's a big background. When it's 96 degrees, I like to have something that makes me think cool. Plus, as I briefly mentioned, we have a fire going in the San Jacinto Mountains, and I'll be on the phone trying to figure out what's going on with that. So just had a new fire pop, and of course, if you live in the Inland Empire area, you've seen the El Dorado fire, which is kicking up a lot today.
Yeah, it got within 3 miles of.
3 miles.
This is the
Pipa?
Yes.
Wow. Very.
Yeah, it
This
was
is
just
the first day
across
that we've had someone.
And we were evacuated.
It's kicking up a big smoke this afternoon up towards Angeles Oaks.
Bridge. Look at the smoke.
Damn. How far are you from?
I'm sure that it doesn't look like this today because there's still smoke up there around the bay.
Yeah.
So Barbara, you're back home?
Yes, we were only gone for one night. And the fire got just across the street from Oakland Road, so we just live so it got a little too close twice.
Yeah. A lot.
It didn't hop over Oakland Road, so
Right.
this morning we just have our son came down from Washington with his family. So we were outside sweeping and a lot of ash and stuff like that. So we had to spray things off and so we did it.
Okay. Who's got music in the background? Turn it off, please.
Daryl.
Cannot have music playing in the background at the same time people are trying to talk. So does everybody else know, again, that you've got the ability to see the person who's talking and the person and all as many people as will fit on your screen by going between speaker view and gallery view. And if you want to send a comment or something like that to somebody, you can click chat and either send things to an individual or to everyone. And it'll be recorded over on the side. To see it, you have to click the little speaker or little thought or word bubble above to read what it says. Okay. Gee, keep talking. Go ahead. I'm having fun.
Steve, where is gallery view? I mean, I'm looking at mine and I don't see a place. Oh, there it is. Never mind.
It's right there. You found it.
I found it.
It may be upper left, but depending on what you
Not
have.
available to you, Carol.
It's not available to me. That's a cheap computer. That's so typical of me.
So Carla, are you sitting in a dark room so we can't see you?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, not intentionally, but.
I turn the room lights on as well as have like a light shining on me. Oh, one more thing for the ladies. I'm going to share this with you. If you go to
Halo, you buy like that Halo device.
Yeah,
and then it makes you look better.
If you go to preferences, video preferences, you can actually click a button that says touch up my appearance. And it
Wait, can we take off ears?
It gives you a soft focus. Yeah,
Where is that?
Is it permanent?
only when you're here on the program.
Steve,
Where is
speaking
that?
of appearances, I would like to congratulate all the men on this broadcast, myself accepted, having a full head of hair. Which at this age is quite an accomplishment.
Thank you, Mike.
There, that's
You may have mentioned I'm thin up here, so that's the way that looks.
Super glue works really well, you know, if you start applying it early. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You put super glue on your head, and then you take your dog and stick it on your head and yank it off.
I think I mentioned it on the last call, so forgive me for repeating it. But for those of you who don't, I've got high blood pressure. Okay, it's hereditary and this and that, and so they had to readjust it, and so he gave me minoxidil, which is started as a high blood pressure medication, but it's more commonly referred to nowadays as Rogaine. And I am actually growing some hair back
On the palms of your hands, right?
Blood pressure.
On the palms of your hands?
Yeah,
in your back.
Oh my God.
Works really
Yeah,
well.
where exactly is it growing? That's what I'm wondering.
So Carla, you have light now.
I turned on another light.
Okay.
Hi, Fred.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So Chris said how many people are supposed to be on today. I'm guessing somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40.
Okay.
So we've got 28 right now. Here comes.
Later.
Yeah, we're going to get more people, so don't worry. So it's going to be hard. You're going to have to go back and forth from screen to screen to see. And I'm recording this, and I'm having to go back and forth from screen to screen. Just
How many screens do you have, Steve?
No.
Just kidding.
I get 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I get 16 on a screen at one time. And I click the next button, and I go to the next one. And so there's, June Cushman has grown a beard and looks like her husband, Kevin.
Everything's in her name. What can I say?
Even your estate. Okay. So I'll rename you as Kevin. That's
There
good.
you go. Thank you.
You're indoors now. You're not on your phone.
Well, you gave me a hard time about that last time. So
Now, where'd Mike Cutcliffe go? He's hiding from me, or he went away.
He changed his name.
No, he was in a car, actually. He may have dropped off.
Arm is that? Oh, that's your arm.
That's my arm. I'm moving the picture.
I'm looking at your picture. I'm going, God, I look just like Beth, but that doesn't say Beth. That's why I put my glasses on. Nice to.
Hi, Carla.
Hi. Who said that?
I did. That's
Hi, Beth.
Hi. Cheryl. Where'd Cheryl go?
Hi, Pat. Hi, Cheryl.
She's moving.
Hi, Janet.
Hi. There you are. Hi.
Hi, Yvonne. Hi, Barbara.
Hello. Hi.
Hey, Fred. Hey, Keith. Hey, Kevin.
Hey.
Carolyn. Barbara. Everybody.
Ed.
Hello.
Hi,
Sorry, LaForge. Hi, how are you? Yeah.
Hey, everyone.
So, Steve, I want to know who's going to be coming through that door behind you. I mean, it's pretty prominently in your.
That one over there?
Yeah.
That's a closet.
Oh, yeah. You don't have a special guest for us?
I've got skeletons in there. No, my wife will come through that door over there in about 10 minutes because we'll do the group shot. So you get to see Krista. But that door is like Lurch is behind there or something like that. I'll open it if it bothers you.
No. That's fine. It's like
Keep
the
your
door is,
secrets
freaking
behind
out.
the door. It's better.
My granddaughter,
All right. What's her name?
Sadie.
Sadie.
Oh, okay, good.
See?
What happened to Shelley? She disappeared.
People can turn off their video once in a while.
I don't know if it'll work. We'll try it.
Hey, Jerry
I
from
wonder if I
Monterey.
just turned mine off.
Oh, I just muted my the reverb because it goes on.
Oh. Okay, well, we'll try it. See what happens.
Shelley's still there.
She is. What an earthquake. Steve.
What is this about a blended that he?
Probably works.
Yeah, see, I think it's still.
So, this is supposed to be happy hour too. So does everybody have their adult beverage?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
We'll do a toast later
pretty
on.
adult,
Don't drink them
Jerry.
all.
Yeah, I believe this was my campaign slogan in '69. So.
I use the competitor here. Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
It was on sale.
How are you?
Ooh.
Good to see you.
Oh, leaf, just tea. So
Yeah, pure leaf tea.
I actually have this Gold Peak tea, and sometimes I put straight bourbon in it, and it looks just like tea. Right now, that's vodka, so I won't do any more with that. Oh, okay. We have a new mystery person joining us, and their name is Owner's iPhone. Drum roll, please, to see who Owner's iPhone is going to be. And I don't.
That is weird. Waiting to see.
There it is.
He'll pick up afterward and bring it up.
Come on. Oh.
So that's 250 more. So that's 600 to her, and then I got to pay Dave.
Okay, someone butt dialed us.
Dials too.
Normally,
It's hard to do.
King John.
I'm gonna turn her mic off.
We lost you all.
Today. And he told me,
Oh, you saw him today?
yeah, as I drove by, leaving the neighborhood, going to get my haircut, he was there. Yard. So I locked him up. Had any good barbecue lately? Hey, what are you doing here again?
Okay, we're being taken
Sorry, I'm
over.
all out, but
I don't know who's talking.
Okay, he's muted. Now I'm gonna turn on his. Didn't turn his screen.
That's just.
One up here.
It's probably somebody from Polly.
They would do that.
Someone who stole an iPhone and they don't even haven't even put their name on it yet.
That's funny.
Who is Gene Johnson?
There's another name.
Gene Johnson. He's from our class.
He's on there, but he's not.
He just came on. He's just getting on. He's trying.
Probably didn't know he was on.
No, we're working on it.
He needs to go to the bottom of the screen and with his mouse and hit start video. Maybe that'll work.
Yeah, well, I can ask him to start the video, but he's not. Oh.
Now he's good. Okay.
There he goes. Okay, there he is. Looks like Santa Claus.
Okay.
Hey, Gene, got a microphone yet? You're connecting.
Johnson.
Can't hear him.
No.
Okay, I'm going to change, Sandy, I'm going to change your name. Sandra. Oops, I didn't do that, sorry. Let me know you as Schmidt. S-C-H-M-I-D-T. It got quiet all of a sudden, that's nice.
I have an added name on mine, Barbara Holgate. There's another name after mine.
That's secret name.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Holgate, I'm sorry. Duh.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm thinking of somebody else.
Okay.
Let me fix that.
Okay.
If I can find you on the screen, Barbara.
I
got you up here.
Yeah.
You were Barbara Morris, right?
Right, in school, yeah.
That's what I meant to do. Okay.
Okay. And then I'm on my daughter's Kelly Llewellyn on her.
Oh, I already fixed that.
You did fix that.
That's a good idea.
Okay, there I got. Wrong one. I only have 750 names to keep track of, so forgive me if I didn't get you right. So, Gene, we still don't have a microphone for you, and I have a second camera. I'm not sure what you're going to do with that. So you can hear us, right, Gene? Thumbs up. No. Well, okay. So while we got, gee, where'd he go? So Freddie Herring, you haven't been saying anything.
I'm listening.
We can tell. Tell a few people where you are right now.
I'm sitting in, of all things, I'm sitting in Christchurch, New Zealand. I'm down from.
Wow.
So
That's cool. That's awesome.
There you are.
I don't. It's odd, but as you guys, especially ladies, I was pretty shy of women during high school years, so I don't know any of you. Most of the time, I was involved in sport and in the band, all kinds of extracurricular activities, involved in biological society and all that kind of drama. But so I'm listening. It's hard for me to recollect people. And having gone to
50 years, Fred.
What's that?
I said it's only been 50 years, hon.
Well, I remember most of you ladies more from elementary school at Jefferson.
Oh, see, I didn't go to Jefferson.
Neither did I.
I went to Mountain View. Cheryl, you and I, you had a slumber party when you lived on Harupa.
Yes.
All of us girls tried to make cleavage. Now I try to unmake it, but it's impossible. So, hey.
Oh, thank you for remembering.
Oh, yes, I remember you so well, Cheryl Turner.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
That's sweet.
Fred, what took you to New Zealand?
Well, actually, I was down here after university. I went to work in Australia back in the mid 1970s, and I used to go over here to climb, and I love the place. I read about it in '65 in National Geographic. So, when Paul Ehrlich wrote Population Bomb in '68, I thought, well, I better go to some place where, there's very few people going to be living. So I had a look and came back here about 25 years ago.
And there's more sheep than people, right?
Yeah, it's always been said, hasn't it? It's about 20 million. We finally kicked the sheep off our property last weekend. So, it's lambing season.
Fred, do you live on North Island or South?
I'm in the South. Have you all been down?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Once.
No.
I've been there twice, and I've been to both islands. Lucky you.
You can sit there.
In fact, I'm about to get married to a New Zealand wiki. I think Mike and Mike and Steve are invited. I haven't met up with most of you people most of my life, but I don't know. You guys have to figure out a way to get yourselves unlocked from all this pandemic stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have that issue here really.
They won't let us in now.
Yeah. We can't go there.
Well, you have a president that cares about the people.
She's great.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's this called?
No politics.
No politics.
But it is a small country, and it's easier to manage.
We like Jacinda.
Yeah, she's
You know what,
a really.
I'm
My battery.
I've always liked the idea the 21st century should have more women involved in, in positions of leadership. Yeah,
Great.
good.
I'm going to sign off, Steve, because my battery is going to kick out. So I'm going to be with Marilyn now.
Okay, so you'll be back in. You'll be back in. Good. Okay.
Everybody's cat.
Partnering.
Sandy, you're on.
I am. Hi. Where is Jackie Lash?
She is up above.
I don't know what.
Hi, no hair or makeup.
Oh, there you are. Okay, hi. I had to go to my second screen. Okay.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi.
Well, we have 34 people right now, 34 connections.
I keep getting messages from people. Yeah.
Hi, Sandy.
Where's the other screen?
The screen, you can either, there's arrows on the side. It's a computer. Mine says 2 of 2, and I can scroll back over to get 1 of 2, and then I appear on that one.
Hey, I'm gonna go get some more wine. Please don't take the picture until I get back. Pictures? I don't want to be in that picture.
Okay. Well, we can do bathroom breaks and alcohol breaks if you like. And who has the barking dog? That's a good one.
Yeah, what's with that?
Wine too. Vicky, do you want some more wine?
Yes, thank you, Carol. Could you?
Okay, honey. I'll get them.
I'm ready.
Okay. I've got 3 non-video participants. I'm not going to show them, but it's Mr. iPhone. Johnson went back to it. So yeah, people kind of appear and disappear, and they move around on the screen. Sometimes their video goes off and comes back on, and then they move place. Or if they talk, they move up in the queue a bit.
How do you move around?
Who moves around what?
How do how do you move around on it?
Zoom does it.
Oh,
yeah. So if you're on speaker view, I'm going to switch to speaker view for a second. Then, like I see Carla right now, and everybody else sees me because Carla was just talking before me. Now, somebody else say something. Oh, there's Debbie. Okay.
I'm not sure what to do. So can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I
I see
can.
it.
Okay, I have it on gallery, I guess. So I see half of you, and then I hit the arrow, and then the other half come on.
Yes.
How many you see on the screen depends greatly on the size of your screen. I see everyone because I have a big screen.
A monster screen.
Well, 25 people.
I don't know.
High resolution.
20-inch or something. 24-inch. I have a 24-inch screen, and I have 2. So when I get to when I get a group, when I have to have more than 2 screens, I can put one on one screen and one on the other. So
yeah.
But if you have an iPad, you're not going to have everybody on at the same time.
I don't.
Oh, Ed and Lori got their yearbook out. I just saw that flash by.
I actually had to clean out a closet today to find it.
Well, here's what we're going to do later on, and I'm going to go through everybody who gave me a today picture or a recent picture, and I won't say who lied and gave me a picture from 8 years ago, but I put them together, and we have some composites. We'll go through all of those that people provided. And then that's also going to be an encouragement for those of you that didn't do it to send me a current headshot. And I will combine it with your annual yearbook picture, or like today in somebody's case, who Cheryl sent me her best picture from back in the day. Was it your junior picture?
Every picture is my best. Thank you very much.
Right.
Love it.
I bet I can pull out a really bad one of you.
Never.
Anyway, and so I just put them together and make a composite and put 50 years, and you'll see how some people have not changed, and some people have grown beards.
Not me, I hope.
A good friend of mine.
Jean has grown a beard. Jean did not have a beard in high school. I can tell you that.
It kind of just migrated.
Yeah.
Do we just email the picture to you, Steve?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, or you can text it to me or whatever else you want to do. So.
I did take one a couple months ago and just haven't sent it. So I have a quote.
You can.
But I was at 5 families living with us for the last year and a half. The youngest is 2, and this house is.
What I'm going to say is before you go out and take a picture of yourself, look at the ones I'm going to show you, because you'll see what was wrong with some of the pictures I got. In most cases, they were cropped too close, and so you'll be able to see that. But let's see. So everybody's camera is on, I believe. Yeah, everybody's camera. And I'm going to remove Jean. It wasn't working, so that's going to go away. And we have 31 people, and I think Mr.
iPut's still working when they ask somebody.
You gotta come back. Hold on. Please come back.
A lot of people don't even look at that.
So does anybody need to go get a spouse or a friend or a pet? Because I need to go remind my wife to come in. Hold on. Keep talking.
My spouse doesn't want to do it.
No. Oh, Debbie's got her kitty cat.
Right there.
How old is he?
Good over here.
19.
Wow.
Oh, that's good. I don't have anything on that list. Sorry.
I don't either, and I don't want one.
That better?
Here, I can do this.
Carol, I just recognized you. Carol Chamberlain, I just recognized you. It took me a while to sink in. Didn't we talk on the phone?
Huh?
Didn't we talk on the phone?
Oh, one time I sent you a message, or we talked one time. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yes.
More than 50 years, girlfriend. Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Krista.
Say hello.
Sure.
Yeah, Carol Chamberlain is saying hi to Sandy.
Who? From Carol?
Sandy Schmidt Bow.
Hi there.
Come here.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, and there's Peter. Peter's got his brand new dachshund puppy.
That's right. This is Max. He's 7 months right now.
Oh, I love that dog.
That was my family's first breed of dog when we were little ones.
Ah.
His name was Herman.
Oh, where's Larry?
There's another one.
Here's Larry.
Oh, horrible.
Other people getting their animals.
Yeah.
Okay, this is good. We're getting dogs. No blow up dolls, please.
Okay, that's cute.
Okay, so now Debbie Donato Kelly is an empty room with an open door.
Yeah.
We can't do her right now.
She's mixing a drink.
Probably mixing a drink, yeah.
You went to get
And Cheryl's gone. I'm just looking to see who's not available.
Greg's coming back. He's getting my glasses.
And Beth is swatting flies.
We're drinking water.
Oh, drinking water. Okay.
Yeah, I have to squint to see the name.
Hard seltzer.
Wait, we're doing animals, so I'm back.
Where's Larry? Yeah, Cheryl, where's Larry? Oh, bird. Oh, good.
That's my bird.
Okay. Well, Shelley wanted to give her to her husband.
Cheryl, yes. Easter just left.
And Debbie, where's Debbie? Kelly?
He's calling.
Hi, Krista from Pam.
Hi, Pam. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Hi, Krista. From Carla.
Hello. How are you?
Come here.
There she comes.
Oh, Bella?
Bringing my ducks in.
How about you? Seattle, so she does live in Seattle.
So the way this is really going to work is we're not going to take a picture, but I'm going to try and find the best screen grabs that doesn't have an empty room, and we'll make a composite. And Krista was saying, don't you normally take like a group picture of just the students, the graduates? Not in this case. No, we need to get everybody here. So
How's that gonna work?
we'll do this. We've got another dog, but she's kind of shy right now. And
Got my ducks here if you can see them.
you got two. Okay. There's Debbie's back. That Debbie's back.
Chris is back.
Ms. Just. So, Chris, Gary's not going to join you?
He's making dinner. It's my birthday on Monday, but we're celebrating tonight.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay. Shelley's still gone. Oh, gee. Okay. Well, we'll get who we get. Marilyn, you have to get more in the frame and just get your ear. There you go. Okay, that's better.
We're trying to figure the computer out.
Yeah. It takes figured out.
I'm taking
Diana Smith Bloss is going to join us.
We're the third one in. We're having a really hard time with this thing.
Hello, Diana.
Okay.
You're muted, Diane.
We'll unmute her. She's probably still connecting to.
Where does Janet sit on this now?
Where is she?
She's the very last one.
There she is.
Next to Mike.
Oh, yeah. Janet, can you hear me? This is Kathy Livingstone playing.
There you go.
So how many are here?
Oh, I see me now. Yeah.
32.
When we went to
San Francisco.
when we went to
Look at Jerry's dog.
Believe
They're cute.
Big dog. Little dogs.
I can't see your dog's face, Steve.
Steve, where's your dog?
Oh, how cute is he?
This is Harley Quinn, troublemaker. She's a Cairn Terrier with a very, very filthy face from.
Going where she shouldn't.
Oh, look at that face.
When no one knows you're a dog on the internet.
Steve, you want to see a dirty dog face?
No, I don't want to see a really dirty dog face. Thanks.
I can show you my puppy's dirty dog
I
face.
can show you this end too.
We've got a couple of snakes, a bearded dragon, a turtle. That's my daughter's.
Oh.
When she moved in, she had 8 reptiles. We're down to about 4 now, which I will not hold them.
Wow.
They're back in the corner there.
Hey, that's a little dirty dog face.
Hey, Fred.
Yes.
Is Jerry Sparrow there?
Yeah, he's there.
Jerry, are you the Jerry Sparrow that went to the Presbyterian Church on Magnolia?
Yes.
You were in our class? Or you're a year ahead of us, weren't you?
That's
I think it was in
correct.
69.
I'm crashing this party.
Oh, good.
We have a few crashers. Yeah, a few crashers.
Well, Jerry should especially crash because a whole bunch of us crashed their reunion last fall, and I'm
Is
so
that right?
happy we did because we got the experience. Thank
They
you.
actually got to have a 50-year reunion, but it was a multi-school, multi-class, all city, all schools.
Oh.
That part I don't
Fred, can I
recommend.
ask you a question? Do you know my brother, Jerry Stone? He was in band, but he's a year younger than us. Fred?
Fred.
You talking to me?
Yes, I was just wondering if you knew Jerry Stone, my brother. He was in band, but he's a year younger than us.
Oh. What did he play? What was his instrument?
Trumpet.
It's a hard call. I thought I knew all the trumpeters.
He had
Garrett?
scoliosis.
Do you mean it's with John Barsick? Barsick? You don't mean there.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Speaking of which, for those people who were involved in music, I finally caught up with, what was the name of that family?
Audisons?
Yeah, right. Just the age thing, isn't it?
Sometimes. Sometimes you remember, sometimes you don't.
I see your new lady there too, incidentally. I haven't really met her yet.
Wait,
The Von Trapp family, was that it, Brett?
You must have known Sue and John Roker.
Over here.
Sue Rokers? Yeah, I knew Sue Rokers.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Put it that
Sue
way.
and John. I interact with John quite a bit. I've only spoken to a couple of times. She's back in Minnesota.
No response. Okay.
Yeah.
What did you play, Fred?
Sue was an amazing saxophonist this year.
Here.
He was very gifted.
But what was
John,
your
and John played trumpet.
What was your instrument?
Well, I was a woodwind, so I played clarinet when I was young, and I play a whole pile of stuff now. So
Yeah. Is he making
Oboe,
that?
sax, all that stuff, flute.
yeah, so it's
Diana Bloss just came in.
Oh, she just walked away. Now she's back.
Here she is.
Oh. And back in the back is Braden. That's his buddy. So I love sloth, like on the Geico insurance commercial.
Yeah.
Giving you sloth. So I don't have a dog. I have ticks and stuff like that.
Hi, I'm Diana. I'm Jerry's wife. And I want to give a shout out for 63rd, since you brought up music, Monterey Jazz Festival. It's going to be virtual this year.
Oh, virtual, huh?
And that is,
So anyone can go on and
I was there in '74 at the jazz festival.
epic.
What month is it held?
September.
Oh, working.
it's
Early
this month.
September.
Generally, it's the third week in September.
How long away is the plug? Oh, we don't
Hey,
know.
Debbie Kelly, I didn't see you before. You had an
Hi
empty
there.
screen.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't dressed for the party.
Oh.
Jeff texted me and told me to come on here, and I said, I have no makeup on. My hair's in a ponytail. So I ran upstairs and I got a little more presentable.
Now you have
Can't see any makeup.
You have to go get Nick for the picture, Deb.
Get who? Nikki?
Nick. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she was just upstairs with me.
And munches on my lap, so.
Yeah, she was just upstairs with me barking at herself in the mirror.
Well, she has this.
So just time out. Mr. Cutcliffe, you were in a car before and now you're out hiking?
Well, hi, Steve. Yeah, I didn't have any signal in the car, so I kept dropping it. I thought I'd hike to the top of this peak, and I've got good signal now.
How are you?
I live in Santa Barbara, and right now all the front country trails are closed because of the red flag alerts and all that stuff. So there's this one little spot. It's a park. It's got a hill about 600 feet high. So I can get a little bit of a workout here. And in 2 days, hopefully the main trails that I usually use will be open again.
Okay.
Did Oh, there you are.
Where
okay.
was that? Where was that again, Mike?
Santa Barbara. It's called Parma Park, where I am.
Yeah, I live in Cambria.
Oh, all right. Yeah, we were up there when we evacuated.
Yeah, well.
Fire
I
was
have,
being 17.
I
in the
have a
flood.
house here.
That's a beautiful place.
We have a home in Santa Barbara also.
And selling the
I live in Riverside.
Thank you. It's not, yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. You too.
Well, it's good to see you. One at a time.
We got you on here, and we were talking to Fred Herring before that. Do you see him yet? Scroll around, you can find him.
I don't, but I'll figure out how to do that. Is Ralph Glenn on today?
No, he's not. Not yet. Haven't seen him. Haven't heard from him either yet.
You can't pin him down for long.
Mike, do you live up in, this is actually Kathy Klein, Livingstone Klein. Do you live up in,
Kathy, I just got there.
do you live in Santa Barbara?
I do. I lived in Seattle for the last 33 years. Up until about 3 years ago, I came down here in the winter to get a little sunshine.
Yeah.
And my wife passed away in 2009. But
Thank you.
Fell in love, and so here I am.
I actually have a home in Santa Barbara also.
Excellent. Do you spend much time here?
Off and on the Mesa.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Are you in that
Yeah,
area?
We're near Eucalyptus Hill, kind of on the border of Montecito.
Right.
With Alston.
Right.
Beautiful. Hey, Debbie Kelly.
Wonderful.
We have a
Hi
class.
there.
We have a classmate that's on here that lives in New Zealand.
Really? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
so
your
jealous.
favorite place in the world. You have.
Oh, God, I love it there. Who is that? Who is it that lives in New
It's
Zealand?
John.
John.
No, Freddie Herring.
Fred
Freddie Herring.
Fred.
What is it? Oh,
Lucky
Fred.
Fred.
Fred Herring.
Yeah.
Yeah, red herring.
Nice look there, Gene.
All over.
It's almost the season, but my
Well,
children ended up in Amarillo, Texas. I'm in Central California.
I have a
I see 'em
Christmas
once a
quilt
year.
behind me.
And I have a hat, red shirt, red pants when I go through the airports, and I have a lot of fun.
Well, you really look the part. You really look the part, Gene.
I try to act like it too.
I was expecting the homecoming queen in her court to be wearing crowns. That would be Vivian Schuler. She's in Sweden. And I don't
If I
remember
could
who
another
was
year in my stocking, I'd
court.
be happy. Why don't you put 2021 in the stocking? Let's not all talk at once, huh?
Yeah.
So we're making more margaritas. Give us a shot here.
More margaritas.
Yeah.
Nice
Great
hat,
to see
Peter.
you all.
Thank you. This is
Yeah.
this is my other
one?
life
Come
on the
on
bike.
over.
That's how you're going to give me an epileptic seizure.
It's very flashy.
Remember when we used to like strobe lights?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's
cool.
Only in purple haze. Not this one. This one's too bright.
They had flashing strobe lights at the Purple Haze in Riverside.
I remember the purple haze.
Yeah.
I remembered it, but if you remembered it, you never were there.
No, I wasn't old enough. I think before that it was a skating rink.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was a fun place though.
Yes, it was fun. And yes, strobe lights were crazy in there.
Yeah. And the dry ice.
And the dry ice.
Nice, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
I see Gail got more comfortable in her screen.
Oh.
Gail Wesson, she was like having a hard time getting. It looked like she was going to get a kink in her neck, but now I see her whole thing.
I'm listening to fire traffic, so I'm kind of distracted. We got a fire up in our mountains, a new one. Highway closed, things like that. So.
Where are you, Gail?
Yeah.
I'm in Hemet, and the fire is at like between me and Mount Idlewild area. But it looks like they're maybe going to get a handle on it. They have a couple air tankers on it, which is good.
Yeah.
Because there's a fire in Snow Creek over by Palm Springs, and then there's another one above Yucaipa. So it's kind of, if you live in California, you've maybe been breathing really smoky air the last couple of weeks.
Pretty bad.
Gail, is that a Cal Fire? Is it Cal?
It's Forest Service and Cal Fire.
Okay.
They've got multiple agencies working.
Yep. The fire is closest to us is the one up near Big Sur called the Dolan Fire. And it's just today the smoke has gotten bad again. So that's 100,000 acres, something like that. I'm not sure where it's at right now.
What's the name of the fire?
Dolan, Dolan.
Okay, I've been thinking about
And
that.
that's a Forest Service fire with help from Cal Fire.
Yeah, we just getting started with fire season too. That's the irony.
We just lost a firefighter yesterday from Big Bear.
Yeah.
Big Bear Hot Shots.
Heard about that.
Because
Said something
of the
like
gender reveal? Pam, was that the gender reveal fire?
Yes.
That's sad.
I know. Terrible.
I heard somebody say that they ought to, if it's a boy, they should name him Dante.
My daughter was at the park up at El Dorado, and when she was leaving, she saw them come in, a group of them, and the fire started a little bit after that. So I really feel bad for them too. This looked like a nice, whole big family got together, and could have been anybody actually. And she just thought, oh, they're not up here to hike, and then it was less than an hour later. So I was about 2 miles away.
Somebody just came in the door.
No dog. There's no dog here.
Hey, Debbie, Kelly, did you ever make any halibut? You got about 20,000 recipes.
I know. I'm waiting for you to come over and cook it for me.
Halibut is
I saved the recipes though. I did. Yeah, I used to eat salmon like, oh God, about 5 times a week, and then all of a sudden I was allergic to it. So I'm like, now what do I eat? That's all I ever ate. So I'm trying to get some halibut recipe or something,
Fish.
Hey, Beth.
Gail, are you standing outside in front of the Golden Gate Bridge?
No, it's a Zoom background that I like this time of year because it makes me feel cool when it's 96 outside and I'm breathing smoky air because of the fires.
Oh, okay.
I've got air tankers and helicopters going over the house between the fire near Idlewild and the one in Snow Creek over by Palm Springs today. So
to evacuate.
It looks like the wind is blowing your hair around. It's making me look cool.
He doesn't have a green screen.
Yeah.
So that's probably a slow connection, or I've got my phone going so I can communicate with people about the fire. So it's probably stretching the bandwidth, but
But unfortunately, it doesn't look that clear up there right now.
no, it probably, if you colored it kind of this kind of khaki tan color, that's probably what it looks like right now, because they had a lot of smoke up there.
My daughter lives up there, and she sent me pictures at 8:30 in the morning. She had to have her headlights on. It was so dark.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's and it's bad over in in Mammoth Lakes, it's really bad right now because there's a fire that's headed that way. And air quality is like way, I mean, it's very unhealthy. It's purple.
Oh,
is the
yeah.
color
Started
today,
fire
so
season.
That's scary.
A couple of last week when this all, or maybe 10 days ago when this all started, we also had fog. So we were having really heavy
Right.
smog.
Yeah.
And it just, when I woke up in the morning, it was so dark outside and it was 8 or 8:30. I
Yeah.
kept thinking we were in the twilight zone.
Yeah.
It just was so eerie.
It was bad.
Mhm.
It was
Just
really
the numbers, if you're over like 300 on the scale, that's very unhelpful for everyone. And we were like in the 350, 400, which is nothing compared to Portland.
Yeah.
Or
So-
So you
Seattle.
live, Carolyn, where do you live?
Cambria, California. That's
Oh, okay.
halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco, right on the ocean.
Yes, yes, I do know where it's at, and it's beautiful.
Right, just we're 6 miles from Hearst Castle.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a terrific place to evacuate to, I can tell you from experience.
But if you have to evacuate from here, there's only 2 roads to get out.
Yeah.
That's true, but if it's fire, you can always get a boat.
You could certainly go to the ocean, that's true.
This is my husband over here. Nick.
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Hey, Nick.
So tell you what, let me do something here. I'm gonna go through the pictures of the then and now that we've got for I think there's 60 people or something like that turn them in. So if you haven't turned one in, go ahead and I'll point out the pros and cons of the pictures that we've got. What you don't want to do.
You look too old.
I'll leave the mics open, but I'll start with Mike.
yeah.
So basically,
Is this alphabetical, Steve? You doing
Pardon?
alphabetical?
There's my 15 minutes.
One more time, Chris.
Are you doing alphabetical?
I'm alphabetical.
Okay.
Oh my
Go
gosh.
get Gary. Go get Gary. Okay. enough of Mike there. So let's see. I got to go back over here. Okay, we got Karen.
Karen.
Wow.
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 Yeah.
You look fabulous. She looks fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
she didn't grow a beard. Neither did Doug.
He looks like he's ready to sing Margaritaville.
Yeah.
Exactly. What's funny is Laura sent me this picture, and she was cropped off of this one, so I used it of her, and she complained because she says, I don't have any makeup on. So I had to do a different picture for Laura. But
Oh.
Well, that's a good thing.
That's good.
I just see eyes. I wish we had been wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, and see, now I remember who it is, right?
yeah. Now here's Lee,
Oh. Yeah.
and Lee died less than 3 months ago. She sent this to me about 2 weeks before she died, and I didn't know she was ill.
And Steve, I noticed on the list of the deceased that her date of death is wrong.
I fixed it. It was a typo.
Oh,
It's
okay.
June, not August. You're right. Yeah.
Well, and it was the wrong year.
It was, yeah, you had 2008 and it should have been 2020.
Well, I fixed the first number. I didn't fix the other one. Sorry. I'll get that. My bad. Thank you very much. I'll fix the
You
other
do a
half.
good job, Steve. Go ahead.
There's Mark. He's
Hey, Mark looks the same. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
What's that hat covering up?
I don't know. Great. Let's say gray hair.
Maybe he needs to take some of Mike's medicine.
Yeah. Now this was like a no change in the face.
Wow.
That's stunning.
Unbelievable.
And she was going to join us tonight, but something else came up, so she's unable to do that.
Yeah, probably a hot date.
I mean, you don't know, she's a blues singer.
Wow.
She's a blues singer.
Wow.
Wow, some of us haven't changed.
Yeah.
Didn't she have?
Nick Castro. She's been on Zoom with us before.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Debbie just sent me a picture. I'll look at that in a minute.
I don't know if you.
Oh, there's Carolyn.
Yes. Nice.
It's her.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. Nice smile.
Yeah.
There's Pat.
Oh, that's
My
nice.
dad is people the same way. It's wonderful.
Yeah, they're both.
I love it.
Oh, my, look at that.
Another one. Perfect.
He looks the same
Wow.
Her deck, boy, that looks.
Yes.
Similar.
Yeah, still parts the hair in the same place. He's got the hair.
Yes.
Carolyn.
Carolyn.
You look a little happier now than you did then.
That's not the picture I chose for the yearbook.
Oh.
But that's the one they put in.
Send me your other one that you did prefer, and I'll replace it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll fix it. Don't worry. This one looks like he got. I mean, Ken looks good, but it looks like he's being asked to walk a straight line or something like that. And Mike, you had him for dinner, right? Or he had you for dinner?
Yeah, we've each had, he had me for dinner and my wife, and then we had him and his wife about a month ago.
Cool.
He lives about 5 miles from my house.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I know.
Okay, there's Debbie Kelly.
Ah.
Yes.
Hey, Mike, are you going to get in your Learjet and come over here, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm going to try if they're operating, Fred.
I don't know how to do that.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Cheryl got bonked off and she's waiting for you to
Ah.
her back.
Okay, hold on. Let me get back to. Hold on. I think I can see her right over here. Let me
Okay, he
see.
looks really good too.
Participants. Oh, here we go. Yes, I'm sorry. Admit all. Thank you for telling me that. I did not see it up there. Now I got it fixed. Thank you.
Let's see, Cheryl got bumped off. Do we have her date of death, probably?
No, not bumped that way. She fell off.
That wasn't very nice.
Sorry. Sorry.
You look
Okay.
like a surfer then, and you look like a surfer now.
Mm-hmm. Dude.
True.
Oops, I got to get back here. I'm squeaking when I do it on the screen. Janice Fuller.
Nice.
Nice picture.
How large was our graduating class? I always forget.
The commencement program said 745, roughly.
There's a few on there that didn't belong.
Right. Yeah.
They were from previous years.
Yeah, in fact, in the parts where they're showing the people that have passed on, Steve Everett is in our year, and he was my boyfriend, and he was from the year before.
But I don't know if he graduated. He may have graduated halfway through our year. I don't
He
know.
may have, yeah, because he did go into the Army.
Another one is John Cooley. John Cooley's another one who
Yeah.
was in the class of '69. Marianne Grosso. I mean, she's in Maryland.
gosh.
Wow.
He looks great.
Yeah.
Very happy from what I've
Even
seen.
got over Marianne beating me in the spelling bee in the 8th grade.
Librarian for years and years.
You say she lives in Paris?
No, it's in back in Maryland, I think.
Oh, weird.
Archie Hall.
Last name.
Still the same face.
Yeah, I remember Margie.
Picture.
There's one who goes from being gray or blonde, platinum blonde, to a different color. As opposed to being some color and going to silver.
Yeah, I remember her being more of a toned down blonde, but I remember her from junior high school.
Yeah.
He had the best makeup. I loved it, even in high school.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
The perfect
Looks the
pose.
same. Wow.
Oh, that's, yeah, the, look.
Isn't that funny? I remember that picture. I don't.
Well, that's because
Compare the two.
that's, you haven't seen her since
Has she ever been to a reunion?
No.
That's what I would-
Oh, maybe
No?
not. Yeah. A lot of these people
She
actually
lives in
moved away.
Colorado.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Zoom. You think they'd all join in at this point if they knew about it, because they don't have to travel.
Or if they had the courage to do it.
Wow. You
Look
look
at the
wonderful.
hair.
She looks wonderful. You look wonderful.
Beautiful.
Same teeth.
Hey, Steve.
I mean, you can look at the face, but then the smile. It's the eyes. It's the eyes and the smile.
And the smile.
It's just a woman's teeth. That's kind of weird.
Never mind. My teeth are the same.
I guess he shouldn't have checked mine before he married me, right?
So we have to talk. We have to talk.
Yeah,
Let's
this
get
one too,
mine.
Steve, the eyes and the teeth.
Same teeth.
My teeth are up here.
Get the foam out of your teeth.
My teeth are up there. Fill me up, honey. Fill me up. Oh, there's Laura. There she has makeup.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
It's great.
Okay, she said she hated that picture as well. So like you, Carol, it's like somebody may have had it out for you guys to put your bad picture in the
I think it
yearbook.
looks fantastic. Come on.
He's so talented, Laura.
There's our photographer.
Mary looks great.
Yeah.
Where is she? She should be on here.
Same smile.
Same teeth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I said that.
Same ears, too.
Chris.
There, Chris.
There's Chrissy.
Chris, look in the camera now. Look in the camera. Oh, darn it. I keep hitting the, there we go.
A lot of us looked a little bit distracted back in the day. Must have been the hormones.
I think so. Wait, I lost control of my screen here.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
That's not good. That's bad.
There we go. The mouse is working.
Oh, move a few times. Back. Hold on, I gotta go back. Move too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. Okay.
What?
There we got it. Okay. I have control again. I lost control.
With witnesses.
This was two women I had not heard from in ages, and as good friends and very smart people, Marilyn Lozier and Janet Wood. Yeah. So they both responded. I was amazed, and it was great to see their pictures too.
Those were the smart people I didn't
You mean Lozier?
Is Maryland from Arizona somewhere, Steve?
Who's in Arizona?
Maryland Lozier. She over in Arizona somewhere.
I don't know. I think she's in. I forget. I haven't been paying attention.
I thought she was in Oregon.
Is she?
Oh,
Yeah.
Kathy.
Kathy was supposed to join us tonight. She
I saw her the 25th. She was so much fun. So much energy.
Oh, she's at the 40th too.
Yes, isn't she beautiful?
She was leading the dance in there.
Great.
I remember her in high school. She was pretty cool, that gal.
Oh, she was fun.
You had her being a teacher or a school administrator or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Wasn't she on prom too or something?
I don't know. So here's an example of, this is the best picture that Dave Madison had. And he said, I can't uncrop that. So, I did the best with what I could with that picture. So, and he said, that's the best picture he's got. So if you can use your imagination, there's probably no hair on the top of that either.
Probably.
Best
Good
chiropractor.
teeth. So here's the problem. We've been on now for like an hour and 10 minutes, and I'm hoping that Dave won't come and watch it to this point and see me make fun. Hey!
Hey, he looks the same.
Same teeth.
Got the same smile.
And the same jaw, too, yeah.
Same
Jaw
teeth.
jaw.
I had a big crush on Keith McKinney in junior high school.
Oh.
Everybody did.
You probably didn't know because nobody told.
Pat was also supposed to be on tonight. So I don't know.
I really have fond memories of that.
Sure. I can't remember what's her name?
Patricia Myers, and her last name is Battles, and she has a career with the Air Force.
Wow.
Pretty high rank.
Wow.
Yeah, she was a lovely person. I remember her.
Nicely done.
Good last name for somebody with a military career.
Yeah.
Battles, yeah.
Yeah. Next.
Mills.
James Mills. Ladies' man, apparently.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
He
He
lives
was
in
a-
northern Idaho.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, Shelley.
Shelley Muller.
Hi, Shelley. Some of you may not know, but her grandparents are the ones that owned Gay and Larry's.
Oh, darn.
Shelley used to live next door to me.
Know that?
Long time ago.
In town, even though it wasn't really in town.
Jack Morrow.
Yeah.
Football. What other sports? I don't
That
know.
was it.
Wow.
Connie Nielsen.
I remember her.
Yes, I remember her.
Right.
I also remember
Lynn
Yeah.
from elementary school.
Boy, same smile there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don O'Neill. Oh my goodness.
No, so who was looking for Don O'Neill before? Was that you?
Yeah, I was.
Ed, yeah.
Yeah.
Like he had on.
Did you get a hold of him?
Right, but I can't convince him to get on.
Kathy just crashed.
No, you
Yeah, I
can't.
remember Don from Shamawa as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember the face.
Didn't he swim? Wasn't he a swimmer?
I'm not sure.
No, I don't think he was.
No.
I was on the swim team when I was a junior. I don't recall him being on the team.
Okay.
Oh, Karen.
He looks the same.
Different hair.
Different hair, but
Well, actually, we don't know if her hair was purple back then, I guess. Black and white picture.
It was purple back then.
Same nose.
Good, yeah.
I love the purple hair.
I do too.
Yeah, yeah.
Me too.
It's great.
Yeah.
when they talk, that
Okay.
That's a great
Okay.
Oh, that lights up too.
wow, she looks fabulous.
She hadn't changed.
Palmer.
Yeah.
She'd actually sent a picture that was earlier. She said, I'll send one that's more current. So that's it was still good. They're all good pictures.
So that's only 10 years after, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got something like that.
That's good.
I ran into Berna about probably 15 years ago at jury duty. It was
Oh my
crazy.
God.
We didn't know anybody, you know?
Oh, that's good.
Tom Potter.
Tom Potter, yeah.
Tom Potter.
I walked into our first reunion at the Mission Inn, and it was like I recognized him immediately. It was he didn't look any different to me. His eyes are exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's the thing. When I first started doing this and meet people, it was like at Fairmount Park or something. I said, take your sunglasses off so I can see your eyes.
Yeah.
That's the key. That's where the soul emanates from the eyes.
Super nice guy.
As Christopher Walken said in Saturday Night Live, the eyes are the windows of your face.
Who's that?
What have you been drinking?
I'll have more of this.
It's Obi-Wan Kenobi or something.
Oh, Janet.
Janet.
Same smile, same eyes.
Yep.
Same teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will not live this one down. I'm sorry.
I know.
No,
You're
you
not.
won't.
Oh, I haven't heard from Arnold in a long time.
Arnold, he looks great.
He looks happy.
He does look happy.
Yeah.
I don't recognize him. But he looks happy.
Big
Big
Shack.
Shack.
Mike Jack is still tall.
Yeah.
Where does Greg live?
Somewhere in Utah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I hate to say he's Mormon, so that's yeah, where a lot of Mormons live.
He got a, he went to when Grace was there.
First time I went to the Sierras was with Greg and his family when I was 13.
Oh,
Cool.
Good guy.
Yeah, you do a lot. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey,
Amy is laughing.
my hair is different now because it was chemo hair and it's growing back in.
It looks
Well,
great,
congratulations.
Candy.
You have hair at all.
Maybe I better update that photo, Steve, because I'm not going back to hair dye.
Well, I'm going to say so. Both the picture from high school and the picture that it says 2020 is still not the hair you have now, right?
Right.
Send me another picture.
Although, in high school, if you look in the yearbook, I am one of the few girls that had a short Sassoon.
You are.
haircut.
Yes,
The
you
rest
are.
of you all had long hair.
But you could carry it. It was really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adorable. It was easy.
Good.
Oh, Roseanne.
We saw Roseanne a couple weeks ago.
Yep,
Oh.
she was on the Zoom.
That looks gorgeous. Isn't that hairdo?
Love her hair.
Her hairdo is just great.
There's Yvonne. Finally, there.
Hey,
There's
She looks
Yvonne.
good.
She hasn't aged a day.
Exactly the same.
Mine was
Not
identical.
one day.
Oh,
She
yeah.
looks exactly the same.
Hey, what, Yvonne?
I want to send another picture that's a little bit more current.
Oh, don't lie. Don't tell people. Don't tell people. They think that was yesterday.
Dorian Gray.
You look fabulous.
Yeah.
Same teeth.
Thank you.
You do not age not at all.
See? Put that down, Steve.
watch what you say.
That's the same lipstick, too.
That looks good.
Rocco Tito.
I want this guy on my team.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to say that he wrote in my yearbook, may all your ups and downs be in bed.
May all your what be what?
May all your ups and downs be in bed.
Oh.
Wow.
Probably why he's not here.
Yeah. Oh, here's the most recent entry.
Yep.
I just finished this one this afternoon.
Wow.
Look great, Cheryl.
She looks
Yeah, she looks awesome.
Great picture.
Picture.
It is awesome.
Oh, that's good.
Oh my God.
this one is like, dude.
I think it's more like hello, McFly.
Yeah. Oh, he's like the dog that had his head out the window too long. Oh,
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Not here to defend
Looks
himself.
good though.
he does. He looks, and he's very happy.
Yeah, very.
Very happy.
Same glasses.
Always.
Yeah.
Where does he
A
live?
lot of hair even back then. Yeah. I just,
Hawaii had a Hawaiian shirt on.
Looks the same too.
Where does Bruce live?
Arizona. I
Bruce
think.
lives in Flagstaff.
Oh,
Flagstaff,
okay.
Arizona.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And Craig Walker. Donnie Wilson.
That's the same.
He looks the same.
Pretty much, yeah.
Same teeth.
Same mustache.
Yeah. Debbie Wood.
Is Debbie on here? I thought she was going to be on.
I haven't seen her on Zoom yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people are shy.
Yeah.
Yes, there's Janet Wood. I forget where she is too. She confirmed her address. Phil Wright, different hair.
Yeah.
But it's the same guy. Really the same guy. I mean,
Same guy. Yeah.
yeah.
Can't see his teeth, but same lips.
He may have different teeth. I'm not. You're right. I'm not listening.
You'll never live that down, Steve. Never.
I will have to put that when I post the video on YouTube. I'll say same teeth. You have to watch to get the message. Yeah.
That's funny.
Sandy Wright.
Same freckles.
She's so sweet.
Yeah.
She is the nicest
I
person.
love the bubbled hairdos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
That's so 70s.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Okay.
Wearing glasses.
Familiar.
Same beard.
Same teeth.
Teeth.
Oh, different teeth.
Pointing the same as the
Yeah.
I've got different lower teeth in this one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm going to stop right there. Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah, why?
So, I had some ideas for awards that we could make, different categories. So, and the first one, I'm not sure, is he still on? Let me see. Oops, I want to do that. I want to do this. Oops, no, I want to do this. And I want to turn, yeah, there we go. So we've lost a couple people, but Freddie is still on. So I have the person who is zoomed the farthest from Ramona. And I think hands down, without resorting to Google Maps, that Freddie has traveled the farthest distance virtually to join us. What time is it there, Fred?
I want to know that.
I'm 5 hours distance from you. Oh, wait, you're in Mountain Time.
So what time is it there? It's like 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, 1:23 p.m. in the afternoon on Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Oh my gosh.
It's tomorrow where Fred is, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Always ahead of your
Is it
time,
winter?
Come on back to the future.
Yeah, so right now I have juxtaposed a picture of Gene with a Santa Claus hat and Fred wearing his stocking cap or his toque. And they both look cold. And I know that Gene is in the northern hemisphere and Fred is in the southern hemisphere where it's winter. Coming into spring, right?
Yeah, it's still pretty cold here. Yeah.
Where's he?
Where are
Fred,
you?
what city do you live in?
For me,
Where's
Huh?
I live north of here,
Where?
He's in
What city?
outside of a town called Nelson. It's a village.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the north, that's on the north end of the South Island.
Correct.
North end of the south end. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Very nice.
So,
Who's that speaking there?
Johnson, where do you live?
That was Debbie Kelly speaking.
Yeah, I love New Zealand. That's why I had to ask. I was
Oh,
there
cool.
last year. I went north and south New Zealand, and I fell in love with the place.
Yeah,
So-
it's
So
it's
Fred,
really a microcosm of much
Nelson,
of the planet. It's-
Nelson is right there on the Tasman Bay, right?
That's correct.
Oh, on that side. Okay.
Yeah, we're literally outside of our door. We've got an enormous national park and well, a couple of them. So it's really quite splendid. I'm right on the ocean.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Nice.
just developing a citrus orchard as we speak, actually.
How long have you been there?
This time, 23 years.
Oh, wow. I was looking at what it took to move there, but once you're over 55, they don't want you.
That's right.
40, or 40.
Wow.
In Australia.
You
Yeah,
can try applying as a refugee.
as a refugee.
I'm coming.
Bring the COVID.
yeah, well, we can't get in because of COVID in the U.S. They've closed the borders, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, we allow citizens and residents to return, and it's at an absolutely enormous expense that we do so, because we pay their quarantine as citizens.
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
Where does
Actually,
Johnson live?
We've had a 12% reduction in our GDP this year because of this. And we could put, it would be kind of against our social constitution denying citizens and residents to return to New Zealand, even if it is belated.
How many cases of COVID in New Zealand?
They vary. At one point, we had about nearly 90 days of nothing, and then they let some people back in the country, and they all went to a church one day, and they got everybody sick. It goes like so. This past week, we actually had somebody die after having almost 0 cases for some time. So it's very, very scary. And as you know, we can't. Our medical services aren't big enough to be able to handle something if it really gets out of control. That's why we have to be pretty draconian about how we manage it here.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of your GDP would go to that if you allowed it. So I think you'd run a good job.
Yeah, as you know, it's a big debate internationally. Because it has a huge impact upon our economy to prevent people from moving about. Oh yeah, no, our 80% gone. They're New Zealand.
Is it 14-day quarantine or longer?
It's 14 days. Yeah, we test on day 3 and day 12. With people who are. Yeah, it's good leadership. We have good leadership because we have a coalition government, and it is a nation where people still cooperate.
Okay, at that point we'll stop. But Fred, appreciate your perspective as well. So second category, and this I'm going to let the people in Riverside duke it out. Who lives the closest to Ramona High School?
Down the street from Sierra.
So do I.
I live right down by the plaza.
Yeah.
You do.
Carol,
you got it.
Closer than I am.
Yeah.
So I think it's Carolyn.
Aren't you close? Carla, aren't you in the family home?
I'm right on
Adams
Riverside
in
Avenue
California.
on the corner of Riverside and Arlington, right by. I guess I'm like maybe 3 minutes from Ramona.
You're on Riverside? Carla's at Adams.
I'm on Riverside Avenue, yeah. Are you?
Riverside in Arlington.
I'm off Arlington by Target.
Oh, I'm down the street from there.
Okay.
We should get together sometime when all this crap is over.
Sierra Junior High.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Carolyn Chamberlain, how come we
Hey, Jackie.
never gotten together?
Hey, Debbie.
Huh?
How come
I
we've
just
never
said
gotten
that-
together?
that
We
I-
ran into each other at Target, but we never actually got together.
Who are you talking to me or Barbara?
I'm talking to you.
We did get together. Remember one time we went to the beach, Vicky and I, and we all walked around?
Yes, we did, but you know, that was like over 10 years ago.
At least. And where are you living now?
Canyon Crest.
Well, let's get together. I heard you laugh, and I remember how you used to laugh. That's so
We're
cute.
right by, yeah, we're right by the country club.
Okay,
I'm
let's
right
get
down the
together.
street from
That's
you.
close.
So who actually lives closest? Have we decided that, or we're just figuring out where everybody lives?
Carol.
Where's Carla? Carla, where are you, Carla?
I'm at Adams in California.
Oh, gee.
You're close. Pretty close.
Pretty darn close. I think.
Carla, don't try to steal my thunder. I'm closer.
Yeah, you're close. Carolyn's closer.
I'm closer, honey.
I'm real close to Polly.
Are you? Yeah.
But Carla is in her family home that she went to Ramona
Oh,
from.
who cares? That's not fair then.
Okay, tell you what, I'm going to settle this because after this is over, I'm going to go and put both your addresses into Google Maps. See who's close. Between
Give it to Carla then.
I'm not in the house that I live in Ramona in. I'm in the house I grew up in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which wasn't very far. Cindy Root is actually closer, but she's not here.
We should have 2 categories apparently.
Must be
One
pleasant to
for
win.
people who are there by default, and one for people who moved there later.
So Mike, you're breaking in and out. Okay, next one. And again, must be present to win. Who has been married the longest to the same person? I was thinking that it's going to be between Cheryl, possibly Ed and Lori, but I think, okay, Cheryl, how long were you married?
The chair.
I was married for 48 years. And then
Wow.
so that was pretty
Wow.
Good run.
48 years.
Anybody greater than 48 years? Anybody?
We were married. We're married 49 years.
You mean
Oh, there you go.
cumulative?
Oh,
Our 50 is next year.
That's right.
Wow.
We've just been married 43
Well, at least
years.
we know her husband can talk. Laura, you haven't said a word.
49 years.
Lori, lean in. I want to see you.
Yeah, we want to say hi. Want to hear your voice.
Lori. Hey, how are you?
Wow, you look wonderful.
Yes.
Where are you?
You guys do too. It's crazy. We're up in Seattle area.
No,
Oh.
a lot of people in Seattle area.
Hey, I want to say, how about who got first?
Who got what?
that's
Yeah, who got married first?
I
Earliest. Cheryl.
Definitely
you were
not
the
me.
earliest. Okay, so if we had changed the wording a bit, I will give you an honorary award for missing your senior year because you became a married woman.
That's right.
I was pregnant.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't talk about stuff like that back then, did we? No.
I have a son who'll be 50, Cheryl.
Yes, it would have been 50.
Would have been 50, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a.
Okay, so on the other hand, who's the most recently married? Because if she were here, it'd be Jeanette Sahola.
Fred's getting married soon.
But he's not married yet.
Oh.
He will be. We got married 5 years ago. Anybody else?
I
I
think
can't
you
believe
win.
it. It's been 5 years
You're
already.
the winner.
5 years already. Nobody else?
Nope.
I didn't choose this so we'd win. I just.
All right.
Okay, the next one. Okay, so I was looking at lists for these types of questions, and they're always aimed at 10 or 20-year reunions of who has the most children. And at our 40, we did who has the most grandchildren. Who has the most great-grandchildren?
Ooh.
I have 0.
I have one. I have one.
1. Pat has 1. Anybody else?
3.
Jean has 3.
Woo!
Anybody else? I'm scrolling screens here.
How about if we don't know?
Yeah, we're going to get there. I got another question later on. Okay, so Jean gets it with 3 greats.
Wow.
Awesome. How many grands, Jean?
I have 13.
Yeah, 7.
7 grandchildren.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bunker, how many do you have?
I have 13.
Wow.
See, I'm not asking. And what's funny is at our 40 year, we asked this, and it was
Great grand.
Wes Turner had 19 grandchildren.
Oh my God.
It was amazing. He just blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah.
Very prolific.
Interesting and all.
Mother?
Yeah.
Now here's another one that's generally aimed for a younger group. Who had the most recent baby? In other words, who has the youngest child?
Oh, child.
I have one that's 29.
Does the dog count?
No, not steps. Not steps. I'm talking about actual. You gave birth.
29.
I have one that's 34.
Jackie wins.
Jackie's got one at 29.
Yep.
Okay. Good. I'm looking for Jackie at my screen. Where'd you go? Where's Jackie?
There she is.
Oh, she's right there next to me. Okay.
Next to you.
Jack, very good. So How old were you when you gave birth?
Let's see. My first son, I was 37. The second one, 39.
The last one was 39. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Almost killed me when I had one at 35.
You know, Eusebia Rangel had her one and only child at age 40.
Good for her.
Whoa.
My mother had me.
It must have hurt.
My mother had me when she was 38. She had two more. Her last one was born when she was 42.
Okay, I can blow everybody away. My husband's mother was 46 when she had him.
Oh
I
my
can
God.
do better than that. When I worked for the sheriff's
I
department,
would have fallen on a sword.
there was a lady in there having a
Syrian, by the way, Kathy.
Kathy, when I worked for the sheriff's department, there was a lady having a baby for her daughter, and she was 54.
Surrogate? Surrogate?
Surrogate mother for her daughter.
And by the way, my baby is having a baby. My baby will be having a baby in December 5th.
How exciting.
I know. First one, only one. Yay!
Okay, here's the next one. The woman with the youngest husband / partner.
Oh, boy.
Who's the cougar in the group?
Mine's
You better confess.
Debbie Kelly.
No?
Yeah.
How old is yours, Pat?
How old is he? 65? Wait. Let's see, how old are we? 68? I think he's
You're 51.
66 now.
66, and Pat, how about you?
Yeah, the ex-husband is
56 as
58.
well.
We'll make it a tie between Pat and Debbie.
How old are they?
Well,
My hus-
Why don't we look at the
Wait a
month?
minute.
They were
How
born.
old are you, Pat? How old is your husband?
He'll be 64 in November.
Oh, you got me beat.
Okay, you win,
That's
Pat.
who's married to the oldest guy.
No.
Y'all beat on that one. But I'm telling you, he's like almost 80 going on 60.
Wow.
Okay, it looks
Trying
like
to keep up with you.
it looks like Fred may have left, but he asked the question, and I will say, so which man has fathered the most children?
Oh.
Legitimate or otherwise?
We're not telling.
I lose. I only have two. Anybody else?
Are there any attorneys on the call?
Or exes?
Yeah, exactly.
So who has three?
I do.
Oh, Mike does. Mike Hovanek does. Okay. Anybody else?
Caroline, how many
No,
kids do you have?
this is not asking women. This is asking men.
Oh,
How many children they have
right now.
procreated? Yeah, whatever.
Because we don't want to count the other ones.
We want to count all of them.
You're bad.
So it looks like Mike has three. I mean, so Fred was saying he moved, or he was, Paul Ehrlich back in the 60s and 70s. It's like, everyone was population, only replace yourself, have two, and leave it at that. So Mike wasn't listening. He had three. Okay.
Yeah. We had family to do
Well,
over that.
did those of us with 0 get a bonus point for not adding to the population?
Mike has to pay you a royalty.
We're talking. Yes, right. There are many, I believe, that have 0, but that's not what we're looking for. So I just put the wrong answer there. So and the last one I have is we had at our 40 or 45-year reunion, and that was who has the most interesting tattoo. And to win, you have to be able to you want to be willing to show it. Cheryl, okay, up close. You don't have anything down here or like that or back here?
Ooh, dragonfly.
Oh, wait, dragonfly.
The dragonfly.
I got one too.
Show 'em.
Hey, no.
I know where her dragonfly is, and I'm not going to have her show it.
No.
any,
a butterfly,
See that?
but
I've got to
it's
bail
on my
everybody. This is
ankle.
Mike.
say what, Mike?
My phone is dying, so I'm going to have to bail. I'm going to miss out on that dragonfly. Sorry about that. Thanks for chatting. Best to all of you. Great seeing you again, and I hope to see you all next year.
Okay.
We'll
Thanks,
Mike.
Mike. You take care.
Hopefully
Good
in
having you with us.
Take care, Mike.
Yes, bye, Mike.
Hopefully in person.
Bye.
Mike.
Okay, so I guess Cheryl, are there any
other?
competitors to Cheryl?
I've got a butterfly, but I don't think you're going to be able to see it. Cheryl's seen it. She knows hers are better. I have a
Okay, we'll give it to
butterfly.
Cheryl.
Yeah. More.
Cocoa Pally.
So Cheryl, even if you didn't get it for being married the longest, you did get it for the uncontested best tattoo.
Yes, you did, Cheryl.
And yeah, okay, we'll post the results to that to everybody's embarrassment. Okay, well, I was going to run through the deceased alumni and go through that, and like I said, I will fix Lee Bornstein's date because I did have the wrong year. What I do a lot of times is I copy the entry above and put it down below and then change things, and I didn't change hers, right? So, but let me go here and let's see. Let me find where I've got that. Right here. So I can see about 3 at a time on my screen to scroll through.
Yeah.
Sure.
Me too.
And so, and for everybody that's mentioned in blue, they have someone that is, or more, who have written a memory or details about their death and what they remembered about them. So if at any time, and so we have the birth and death date and whether they are listed somewhere else online, like Find a Grave or the California Death Index or other news articles. So let me just go through 3 at a time here with Pat Arnold and Rodney Arnold and Deborah Artrup. And then I've got, let's see, anybody you want to remember or mention? Go ahead and say it. I remember
Deborah Bauman. Guy Bauman was probably one of the very first people all of us would know that passed away from AIDS.
Yeah.
And he was such a sweet guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Guy Bowman was in my kindergarten class at Jefferson, and he was my first friend. And we used to swing in the swings playing Sky King, and I probably wrote that story in there. And when I added the story, his brother sent me an email thanking me for remembering him.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
His father just died. He was the photographer at the
Fred? Yeah.
He died in February, I want to say, like 90. He was 90 plus.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Didn't Guy work for a newspaper too?
No, he was the curator of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City.
Wow.
His
cool.
brother.
He was
Dave,
friends with
David.
Mike McGowan and I.
David was a photographer. His brother.
Yeah.
Mike McGowan and Guy Bowman and I, we often spend a lot of time together.
Nice. Mike McGowan is a sweetie too.
Yeah, he still always trying to research and find all you people. He's up there in Fairbanks.
Pat Arnold was our next door neighbor from 61 when we moved into the house until all of us moved away. So, and unfortunately, all 3 of the kids have passed in pretty tragic ways.
Oh, sad.
Wow. So Guy Bowman's, as Steve mentioned, Guy Bowman's dad just died. Fred died a couple months ago, and they're getting ready to have an estate sale. And one of the daughters-in-law found, I guess in the kitchen, Guy had done like a piece of art on the inside of the kitchen cabinet. So she was asking everyone, should we try to save it or let it go with the house? And we all said, you need to find somebody that can make a new door for the cabinet, and you need to keep that piece of art.
Yeah.
True.
So
Yeah.
I think they're going to do that.
It'd be nice if they sent us a picture.
Yeah.
What did Scott Berg die of? I didn't know he died.
Who?
Scott
Recently.
Berg.
Just recently.
Wasn't he a Riverside policeman?
No.
Huh?
I
think he was in real estate.
Scott Berg
Oh.
had a hard life, guys.
Had a what?
He had a really hard life.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
You know.
there's a number of people in here. And again, Carolyn has assisted me in some of these, and their deaths in many cases are not pleasant, and so
Yeah.
we try not to focus on that. But yeah, he had a tough life, drugs involved and so forth.
Scott Berg?
Yeah, the
I know, it's hard to believe. Jenny
Very
Ennis,
hard to believe.
if anybody remembers Jenny Ennis.
I do. Yes.
Okay, yeah, her husband was a roommate of his at one time, and he told me that Scott was not the Scott that we all knew in high school. And I was very shocked because he was always such a nice guy in high school.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
Things change, you know, and
They do.
unfortunately.
Well, their parents had a hard marriage, and Brace and Scott, of course, you know, we were in elementary school together, and of course Scott was always a ladies' man.
Yeah.
He's a cutie.
Yeah, he was a cutie.
Uh-huh.
But he married Brace married Bonnie Ort.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Ort.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, I have a little story about the bird.
Okay. Well, someone had a story or not? Okay, I'll move on.
That was a little story. Very little.
That was a very short story. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear it.
I didn't either.
Remember.
Okay, there's Lee. So yeah, her death was, and I haven't updated this yet. In fact, I can reload the page and then change this to a 6, but I'll have to change this to a 2020. So I'll get that fixed. That was my transcription error.
And with all the thing, you know, Steve, you don't have that much to do, hun.
I am retired. Yeah.
Really, we are all totally in awe of everything you've done. We really are.
And
Did Ron Brown die?
Bonnie
Wow.
Brown.
Different Ron Brown.
Different Ron. This is a different Ron Brown.
I'd like to say something about Bonnie Brown.
Yeah.
She drove a Sunbeam Rapier, and the battery would always die, and would be riding around, and the battery would die, and would get outside and have to go pound on her battery.
She was so adorable. I remember Bonnie Brown, Jennifer Qualls, and Cheryl Jones. They were all good, really good friends. I loved those girls.
When I came, I think it was 1975, I got to see her again, and she was always so sweet.
Yeah.
I remember, I know Cheryl was there. Bonnie Brown had some really fun slumber parties while we were at Sierra.
Yes.
I saw her, Jill Ambrose was my sister-in-law, and they were friends. And I was living in Santa Cruz, and Bonnie's mom left Riverside and moved to San Francisco. And I want to say probably 1973, we went up and met Bonnie. It was really fun.
Oh, how fun. Jill Ambrose, how is she?
She's in Pennsylvania.
I saw Kathy Hilburn the other day, you guys. Remember Kathy Hilburn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Kathy.
Where
and
is
she's
she?
so cute. She was in the grocery store. And I
Oh
was
my
like, oh my God.
You recognized her, Carol, right away?
I recognized her right away. You remember she had that cute little walk, and she was just so cute.
Oh my gosh. I think last I knew she lived over on Hillside.
Yeah, she lives in Riverside.
Yeah.
So Bonnie was at our 10-year reunion, so we have a picture of her from then as well.
Oh, she was so sweet.
Oh,
Well, some of these people passed away so young.
Yes.
Yeah.
What happened to Angela?
She had cancer.
Angela got sick and was gone in a matter of weeks.
Wow.
Wow.
She's one of the few people that actually got me. You know, she
Peter,
understood me.
look at Steve Tuttle. He died in our senior year.
Yeah. I remember that.
Well, I was saying in the email I sent out to people that there was someone who died less than 3 months after graduation. That was Steve Tuttle.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve.
Died
Yeah.
less than 3 months before this, and that was Lee.
Yeah.
I think
So-
Steve Tuttle was with Bill Thompson, and they were out.
And Mike McKinney.
Yeah, and they were out
Right.
shooting squirrels, and he went to,
Rabbits.
which is kind of gross, but he went to bash the squirrel's head in, and his gun went off and shot him in the face.
Yeah.
Oh my
oh
God.
my
Yeah.
They were rabbit hunting.
A rabbit, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
White
unfortunately,
Gate.
Horrible.
they'll have
So those, yeah, we'll get to Steve down below. And again, we tend not to put the specific graphic details here.
Yeah.
There's
But
no,
I love the graphic
We will.
details, Steve.
Carolyn,
The worse it is, the better. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, great. So
kidding,
when
yes.
we get to your obituary, we'll talk
Yes.
about those naughty
Oh,
heads.
wait, back down.
So here's one, John Cooley. He was, again, a class of 69, but he was considered, and he actually did attend with the class of 70. So for whatever reason, people would say, I think he was a preacher or something like that. He was a pastor someplace as well. So nice guy.
Carol Cranford lived on my street, like 3 doors down across the street from me.
Oh.
Yep.
Right. I remember her from elementary school.
I remember her as being very tall.
Yeah, tall.
Yeah.
Leona.
Oh my God, Rory DeYoung was my boyfriend in the 5th grade. And he
Had a
bought
crush
me,
on him.
he bought me the record "It's My Party" for Valentine's Day.
I remember he had beautiful blue eyes. Who didn't have a crush on him?
I think everybody had one, and he married Janice Bruner. Remember?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh.
They have a couple kids.
Were you in his class, 5th grade?
I was in his class. He and I went to Mountain View Elementary.
So did I, but I think
Yeah,
he
I
was
was
in
with
my 5th
him.
grade class.
You were what? I'm sorry.
He was in my 5th grade class, I think.
He was. Well, then you and I were in the same one. Was it Mr. Shockley?
No, I had Miss Vacher. Then maybe he was in 4th grade with Miss Roberts, but he was in one of my classes.
For Valentine's Day, he called me and said, "I'm going to buy you something special."
Oh.
Okay.
I went to Mountain View Elementary School.
Did you?
Just for 2nd grade.
Oh.
We were the first kids that were bused to another school so that the kids from Casablanca could come into my elementary.
That's where
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, 2nd grade.
Okay, moving down. We're only in the D's.
Okay.
Wow.
Gilbert Drake lived on the next street over from me. He was the biggest guy you ever saw in your life. He came off as super gruff, but he had a heart of gold. He was the funniest guy you ever met in your life.
Come here, baby.
He was a friend of my brother's.
He was
My brother was 3
hilarious.
years older.
What do you want? You want a bone?
He always said his mother cooked for quantity, not quality.
That's why my mom goes for.
So there's Steve Everett. He was a class of 69 as well.
Yep. He was my boyfriend.
Ah.
He dated for about 2 years.
Okay.
In fact, I had just hooked back up with him. He had won talking. He had won a huge settlement because he was in Vietnam and was there when they were doing Agent Orange and everything. And he had a lot of problems. And he won a huge settlement from the government because he'd been homeless and it was so sad. He won the settlement, and then 14 days later, he passed away.
Oh my God.
And I'm talking a huge settlement.
Hey,
He was
is
sweetheart.
is Mike Agnew still on?
He's there. He's quiet.
Mike, do you remember Manuel Escoto? He was a really fast
Oh
runner.
yeah. Uh-huh.
I remember the name.
I remember
Nice
Yeah.
guy, too.
a lot of my classes.
Yeah, he was a very
nice.
person.
Yeah,
Nice guy, too.
I remember Manuel. He played on our JV football team in '68.
Correct.
So for every name that's in blue, there's something. Oftentimes it's an obituary, and other times it's a a personal remembrance. So
Oh, that's really nice.
if anything is blue, there. So I go back and forth between Manuel and his remembrance.
Oh, that's very nice.
That's what those blues are.
Thank you, Steve.
Hey,
That's cool.
Steve,
Yeah.
That's cool.
I don't think Manuel ever ran on the track team though, huh?
I don't think so.
No,
But in junior high, he was really fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
He played varsity football.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Great guy.
Good guy.
Oh, my best friend in the whole wide world.
No.
Karen Fogarty.
Karen Fogarty.
Vicky's really good friend too.
We were
Karen
roommates.
Fogarty used to set her hair in Campbell's camp.
Yes, she did. She also used to iron her hair.
I remember that so well.
Oh, I loved Karen so much. I was with her the day before she passed.
Somebody else do it.
I didn't know she had passed. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Yep.
My ex-husband, Don O'Neill, I think dated her and was a good friend of hers too.
Never seen
Oh,
her.
really? She was a sweetheart. Karen was a real sweetie.
Oh, she was very dear. I just remember. So sweet.
Yeah.
Huge heart.
And Harry Foley was my next door neighbor.
Oh,
In high school. You know.
He's so cute. He died on Christmas Day.
Oh, bless his heart.
Oh.
But and he was born on the 27th, so you know.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Does anybody know whatever
Go
happened
free.
to Heller?
Does
Rick Heller?
his family.
Does anybody know whatever happened to Rick Heller?
Rick Keller?
No,
Yeah.
with an H, Heller.
No, he's still around. He was on our conversation
A couple weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Yeah.
What's
He
he
didn't
doing?
have his camera on, but he had his microphone on, so he's still around.
He's still around? Where's he
Yeah,
at?
he's down in the San Diego area.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does he do? Do you know?
He works for the university, I think.
Michael Freeze, George Mike Freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a cutie, but ooh, he
Yeah.
rough.
He had a less than savory ending.
Yeah.
Patricia Fritz.
I suspect he died of a drug overdose, right?
I think so.
Did he?
Who?
I know he was still in that mode when we had our 10th or 20th reunion, whichever one.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to know that because he was a really cool kid when I knew him.
I know.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patty Fritz, she's so cute.
Yeah.
I think that was her, our junior year, that was her princess nomination picture, something like that.
Oh.
Aw.
Became her senior picture. Saw Alan George at one of our Fairmount Park reunions not soon before.
Oh my gosh.
A couple years before he died, I think.
Wow.
Steve, do you ever hear from Robin Dion?
No.
No.
Wait, can I just say that when I moved back here, because I live near Philadelphia,
Yep.
and her and I were friends in junior high, and for some reason I got a phone call from her, and I think she was living in the New York area at the time because we were friends during junior high.
Who, Robin Dion?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I knew she married some guy and moved to New York, and she came to see me one time. Yeah, but I haven't heard a word from her in all these years.
Hey, Steve, I have a question. Do any of us know, are any of these deceased people, did they pass away possibly in Vietnam?
In Vietnam?
Yes.
No, I don't think we had any that died in Vietnam itself, because there's a wall at Ramona that actually our class helped to put up of the names of those who had died in Vietnam, and I think they added to it after we left. But many of them, or a number of them, were Vietnam veterans.
I asked,
Not a casualty in Vietnam.
I
but-
asked because I'm a vet, Vietnam vet.
Yep.
Oh.
Right. So what I'm saying is there are others who are Vietnam vets, and in some cases on the find a graves like this, not Kim or not Jody, but others are buried, for example, at the Riverside National. So you can go through and find some of them.
Okay, thank you.
Steve Everett was one, perhaps.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Vietnam vet is different from a Vietnam casualty.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I ran into Jody Ginger's brother at a car wash, a self-do car wash. And he just, he said his name was Ginger. And I said, Jody, and he just kind of looked around. She apparently helped rewrite banking laws.
Yes.
Wow.
And then went to Mexico on she was volunteering in Mexico and got sick, and it took her out.
Well, okay, so
she died in California from COPD. I have her death certificate.
yeah, I was going to say, so over here we have, if it says California death, then she died in California.
Yeah, she did.
Find a grave a lot of times will have maybe some additional information associated with them, where she's buried. She's buried actually in Iowa.
Scan it down. Scan all the way to the bottom. You'll see my name. I put that on there.
Yep. And it is by Carolyn.
Here I am.
So she created this one. So Carolyn's a genealogist who does this for people. But in this case, a lot of times you will find additional information for them in a place like this.
Yeah, Jody and I had known each other since the 4th grade. And when I found that she had passed away, I'm still devastated. We did a lot of things after high school, and to hear she died, I moved away. So it just made me really unhappy that she's gone. So I got her death certificate to find out what happened. I think she had asthma, and I think that's really what killed her. It says COPD on there, but she was dead on arrival, so it was probably an asthma attack, and asthma is put under COPD sometimes.
I remember her from junior high as well.
Like I said, I've known her since 4th grade when they moved here from Iowa,
Right.
I think it was. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's getting time. I need to take off.
Who's this? I can't see.
This is Gene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I need to leave. My mom is in skilled nursing. Broke her left humerus. She's been in a skilled facility for 5 weeks. It's time for me to call her. So.
Okay.
Hey, Gene, how old
Nice to see you.
How old is your mom, Gene?
92.
Wow.
She's
I
still
asked
mobile
because-
with a walker.
Yes.
We have been, until the COVID crap, we've been addicted to Sunday drives. We take off, get the highway. We like roads without lines. You go slow, something catches your peripheral vision. I can back up 25 miles an hour, or I'll find a place to turn around, and we enjoy family time together. My sister rides with us, and 3 of us have been doing that for almost 5 years.
That's great.
Great.
Yeah, that's super.
Continuing to make memories.
Yeah.
There you go.
My mother just had her 94th birthday last week.
Wow.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but I couldn't, with the COVID thing, I couldn't go visit her. She's,
Yeah, I can't see my mom either.
yeah.
So one day my sister calls, the next day I call, so she gets a phone call every day.
Okay.
Aw.
You take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Gene.
Okay, hopefully get some kind of a gathering next year.
Okay.
Bye, Jean.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Mike, what were you asking me?
What happened to Kim Godric?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
All I know, she's buried in Iowa.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I found her and I tried to find out what happened and I couldn't. That's one of the ones that I found.
She was a nice lady.
She was.
She was a very nice lady. She used to live 2 streets down from me, and she had a pretty good sized family, and they had a real tragedy in their family one time, and none of them were ever the same again after that. Her little sister climbed onto the counter to get something off the top of the refrigerator, and her nightgown caught on fire.
Oh.
So they were all very, very different after that, but still
No,
very nice
can
people.
imagine.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't either. Oh.
Who was that?
Yeah.
Steve, I wanted to say something about Hope. I didn't really know her in school that much. I think she was more quiet, but when I was a hairdresser in the 70s, she used to come in and I'd do her hair, and I got to know her, and she was such a nice person.
She
Funny,
was.
she talked a lot about school. Like I said, I didn't really know her much in school, but I did get to know her when she'd come in once a week and I'd do her hair.
That's
That happens a lot. Yeah, where you meet them afterwards and you make a connection afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the name just reminds me. Steve, you ever heard of a girl named Hope Gibson?
That's her right there.
Yeah,
that is
Hope
her,
Gibson.
Hope Gibson.
Yeah.
Oh, truly, I didn't see it because she sat next to me all the way through band. She played clarinet. She's very quiet.
No.
Very quiet.
That is. Yep.
But she enjoyed school. She really did. So we'd have a lot of fun times talking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I would just like to say I have to run too. It's been really super seeing everyone. Had a great time. And I also wanted to make sure that I tell Peter, thank you for your service, and to any other of the guys on here right now that have served in the military.
And gals.
Thank you, Pam. And gals, yes. Thank you.
Yes, and gals, I'm sorry. And so anyway, I have to run, but it's been a real pleasure, very fun. And I can't wait until we have another one.
It's good to see you, Pam.
Well, we hope next year we hope next year we will be meeting in person. Okay, so
yeah, that'd be great.
we'll keep in touch with all this. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Pam. Maybe I'll
Okay.
see you around Ukaipa sometime.
Yes,
You got the
yes.
staters down the street?
Yeah, I do.
You know, I have to tell you guys, Larry and I, we're showing our house because we're selling it. We're getting an RV, and we're just going to start going places.
Oh, good for you.
Fun.
So, yeah.
Sounds like
can't
fun.
wait.
I mean,
Yeah.
Well, we can still
A
get
little
up
shower.
into the RV.
There's always a ramp. Yeah.
So anyway,
Okay.
bye guys.
Take care, Pam.
Bye, Pam. Good to see you.
Bye.
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 Steve, I want to
talk about Tim Hahn on this page.
Sure.
Okay, so Tim was, I don't think he graduated with us, but he left in 10th or 11th grade and moved to Sacramento. But he was our best man at our wedding when Don and I got married. And Don reconnected with him, gosh, probably in the early 90s, and bought a car from him and went to visit him a couple of times with cancer. And he did pass away in 2012, obviously, but he was a really cool guy. And I know that Don and he were really close.
Oh.
I have a little story about Tim as well. In about 88 or 89, I moved to Oklahoma thinking I'd be there for a year. Well, 22 years later, I came back. But I had worked for the phone company here, and when I went there, I reattached. It was Southwestern Bell Mobile Systems at the time. And I went back in there as a sales rep. And I was working the floor, and this guy comes in, and I mean, I didn't really notice that he looked familiar, but you guys know where this is going. He bought a phone, and I got his name, and I said, that's really funny because I went all through Shamawa and Ramona and probably Monroe with Tim Hahn. Actually, I hung out with him, how some of the guys hang out with the girls. And he says, Debbie Richards? I said, yeah. So anyway, it was really cool that, here we are 1,500 miles away. He was living in Western Oklahoma as a contractor. Not sure if, he may have been with his brother or his, a relative at the time working, but it was very sad when I saw that was posted, that he had passed from cancer. But he was a great guy, just like you're saying, just the sweetest kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
He had remarried. He had remarried and moved to Oklahoma because yeah, and
it was just so cool
really
to have you walk in like that you remember from 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He was my boyfriend at Shamawa.
Cool.
There's not a picture of Joe Gray, but I know Sandy Schmidt and Cheryl. Everybody remembers Joe Gray. He was so cute.
I looked at him.
He was adorable.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him.
Wild child. He married Maria.
Oh, Maria.
Flores.
Flores. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who was her brother that was our age? Manuel.
Manuel.
Yeah.
Manuel.
So I think that's what I heard. They got married, had a few kids, but he was always a wild child.
Yeah, he was. Wasn't he a cutie, Sandy?
Sure.
Yeah.
He was like Tom Lear. They looked 10 years older than us when we were 12.
I know.
Is Tom Lear still alive, you guys?
No.
No, he passed away.
We'll get to him. Yeah.
Oh, he
had a
died.
stroke.
Okay. Mike Hamilton, her best friend.
Oh, Debbie.
He's dead too. He was cute too.
Yeah. He used to hang out.
Mike Hamlin?
Hamlin.
He was kind of wimpy, but he was cute.
Yeah, I knew him in second grade. I went to a birthday party at his house.
No wonder. Oh, really?
Stevie.
How do you know that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I remember Steve Hammerlin.
Debbie Hansen. I was with her like the day before she died.
Oh.
I know. It's yeah, Debbie Hansen. Yeah, she just lived about a block away from me, and we stayed friends from high school. Cancer. Yeah, I'm looking at 2001 and I'm like, oh my God, it's been 19 years already. I can't believe it.
Wow.
Seems like yesterday, but yeah, she was a very close friend.
I remember Steve Hammerlin from junior high school.
Me too.
He was on there for our sophomore year. I think he went to Poly then. That's a picture from Poly.
Who? For Steve?
Steve Hammerland, yeah.
Yeah. Really nice guy.
Yep.
Really nice guy.
You know what?
Didn't he become a pediatrician, I believe?
Yeah.
You know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking like this. I'm overhearing what's going on usually at a slumber party about all the guys.
That's funny. I was going to say Debbie Hansen, I just reconnected with the boyfriend she was living with, and he had pancreatic cancer recently, but he had surgery and he's doing okay. But,
good.
Yeah, so it was nice reconnecting with him. That was just been in the last 6 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had some slumber parties from junior high, all the Debbies. That was before you, Debbie. You were,
That was the requirement to be able to attend the party.
yeah.
Debbie.
Sorry. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, with John Hernandez, Carolyn dug up some stuff. He was a fatality in the gang stuff that was going on in Casablanca back in the 70s.
I wonder.
He was a kind of an innocent victim.
That's unfortunate.
He was just a little bitty guy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I remember him as being a very little tiny guy.
Pretty small.
Yeah.
I remember him. Rocky Hayes.
Dan Higby did stuff with us.
Dan Higby. His mother was my mother's best friend. I didn't realize he had passed. No.
Robert Denise. I called him Dan.
I forget when the last reunion he attended with us, but yeah.
Levon.
Tracy Howland. Remember him?
Tracy Hovland.
What happened to him? Because I remember him too. 19.
That's still on here.
Hit a tree on Victoria Avenue.
Wow.
After graduation, a couple of years.
He and Guy Ballard, Guy Ballard was a year younger than we were.
Yeah.
They were driving down Victoria and hit a tree.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gee.
What's interesting is that, you know, Tracy was an Eagle Scout, and then he's like, he was a different person, and yeah.
Good guy.
Do we know why they hit a tree? Were they drunk or what? We can plug it in. You know what? Racing down Victoria was a big thing back in our day.
Yes. And there was a tree that everybody talked about. In fact, it was a tree that the car that Kathy Hilburn was in, she hit that tree when she was like in the 7th or 8th grade and knocked all of her teeth out.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
there were, I don't remember their names, but there were 3 girls, 2 of them in my science class in junior high school.
And they died, right?
One of them died. One of them died. The other one
It was
horrific.
It was Chris Moffat
and
Gail, Jim Goodyear.
Yeah, she was my ex-husband's cousin.
Jim
Okay.
Goodyear.
Yeah, I just remember it was just horrible, horrible
It was
accident.
a horrible
Andy,
accident.
I would have been in that car if I was in town at the time. I was up north with my mother's best friend and her
Wow.
Well, somebody was looking over your shoulder and taking
Yes,
care of
they
it.
were.
Said she was supposed to be there, but her mother made
Yeah,
it
13.
Wasn't it 2
and she
people
was
that
late.
survived? 2 people out of 6?
Yes,
Right.
only 2, Vicki, you're right.
Wow.
Bill
I knew-
Van Der and
I knew
Gail
Mike
Yeah.
Hunt.
survived.
Mike Hunt and I were very close in high school. Good clarinetist, lots of fun, played a lot of tennis together. He was, strangely enough, you guys, his mother fell pregnant to his father in the last month or so of the Korean War. And then he was shot down, so he never knew his father and grew up for it. She was in the what's that called, the MASH unit.
MASH.
Right.
Oh.
Interesting story of this guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very
And I think,
young.
Steve, you've stayed in contact with one of his other friends. I can't remember what his name is now.
Yeah.
Wow, he's
Yeah, it was
got a
like
long
Doug Mead wrote
Yeah, that's it.
remembrance of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, when Doug Mead mentioned that incident, I was with Doug at the time when he talks about when we went to Mike Hunt's stepfather's funeral. We'd always. He didn't like his stepfather, but he'd never been
Oh,
up.
he got to live in the Monterey Bay.
So it's a really interesting story. He was involved with a girl named Sherry McIntosh over at Poly High School. But Doug Mead, and I were close. We were all clarinetists, and those 2 guys were in the ROTC or something, weren't they? Interesting, really interesting.
I read this story that was written about him. It made me cry. It was so sad.
Yeah, he was a nice fellow. Strange. You know, he was
Young.
a very, very healthy character. He just born with a congenital heart defect or something.
Yeah.
I went overseas.
Amber Jackson and I were really good friends. We had a platonic relationship that I took her to the midwinter ball our senior year.
You know, they had a story about her murder on People magazine. Yeah, because she was. It was very, very interesting. And I remember I was watching it because I love those investigative ID and stuff. And it said her name was Amber Jackson and she'd gone to school in Riverside. And I was like, oh, I know Amber. It was very sad.
Oh, yeah. She is a good soul. A good soul.
Yeah.
I don't remember how she was killed. I just remember that she was murdered.
If you click on one of these links,
Still
it'll
unsolved.
it'll
Right here.
tell you about
Send
it.
this in here. We'll talk about it.
Still unsolved?
Still
She
inside
was-
cold case.
Amber
Really,
was
did you
my
say it was still unsolved?
Yeah,
Yes.
cold case.
Wow.
Amber was my tennis partner in college. So it was just a shock.
Yeah, just you can go here, and then you can also Google her name. Or actually, I think at this newspaper here, you can search for her name, and it'll have updates on that. And it's still a cold
There's
case.
all kinds of stuff about her.
Yeah, yeah.
And look at Bob Jenny. I didn't know Vicky Jelsey. No, I think Don Jones had a huge crush on Vicky Jelsey.
You have quite a memory.
A lot of connections.
I lived with Don Jones for a year up in Yuba City. What a mistake.
Yeah, he's a good mistake.
He's a nice guy, but it was Yuba City's just a real. I mean, it's so
There's
backwards.
not much there, yeah. It's
No.
the Central Valley.
And I went there when the very same year I was there, they had that fire in the city of Paradise. The entire town burned down.
Wow.
Every business, every home, everything.
You're talking about Paradise, not Yuba City, right?
No, that's why I say the town of Paradise. And
Yeah.
so the air was so horrible, and I was thinking, my God.
Sorry, because I can't get the. Susan Jensen was a really good soul as well. We went out for a while. I think it was senior year, maybe junior year. But
You had a lot of platonic relationships.
He was a good boy.
And I think you need to say, who did he not have a relationship with?
For a while, I thought maybe Mike
I've known
was gay.
Mike for a long
Never
time,
really
and Mike and I have always had a platonic relationship. So it's
Thank you for sharing that, Jerry.
I knew that, Jerry.
Jerry and I have had a platonic relationship for a long time.
Hey, Jerry, do you remember Beverly Papini?
yes.
Do you know where she ever went or what happened to her with her?
Well, she lived in Northern California for quite a while, and my latest casual search indicates that she's somewhere in Maryland.
Oh, okay.
He became a doctor.
She went to she went to med school, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran into her once. I was working at the Reuben E. Lee in Newport Beach, and she came in with a friend. I don't know who he was, but he was just a friend. And that was the last time I saw her. So that was like 1973, maybe.
Oh.
But I've always wondered where she ended up.
Who was that? Who was it?
Beverly Papini. She was a year ahead of us.
Say it again.
Beverly
Papini.
She lived up in the East Bay area for a long time. Moraga, I think, or one of those communities.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nice girls.
Yeah, she was the girlfriend of Nick Brindell.
Right.
Yeah. She's very smart, very talented, always in the honor system. All that.
Sorry.
She was also very pretty.
Yeah.
It was very tragic.
I had a huge crush on her in junior high.
I remember.
Platonic.
Platonic.
That's how it ended up.
Better be in junior high.
Whoa.
Bill Johns, I remember from elementary school.
There's my ex-husband.
There's David, Debbie.
David, my ex-husband.
So
That's
cute.
how I
He
got
had
the
the
name
most-
Kelly.
He had the most beautiful eyes. I remember that forever.
Yes, he did. And
Debbie
all
actually-
of my son got the eyes, and all my grandkids got the eyes.
Did they really? How
Yes,
wonderful.
they all have those beautiful blue eyes, and they have long, dark eyelashes. all
Yeah,
of
that's
them.
what I remember. He always looked like he was wearing false eyelashes.
Exactly. One time he laughed at me because I put on false eyelashes, and he goes, "My eyelashes are still longer than yours."
He was my boyfriend at Shamala in ninth
I
grade.
remember that. Yes.
Real actor.
So he died in a truck accident. He was a truck driver, and we had moved to Chicago, and he was in an accident. A young girl that just got her driver's license pulled out from her driveway, and he tried to avoid her, which he did, but the truck turned over and caught on fire, and he was crushed by the engine. So it wasn't a pretty situation.
That's sad.
Yeah.
sad.
So anyway, yeah,
That's sad, Debbie.
I know. It was.
How long were you married, Debbie?
It was a great time.
We got married when I was 19, and then I was 25 when he passed away.
Oh,
So short
time.
Yeah. Bruce Kerr. I remember him.
Is Bruce Kerr dead?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Well, it says
2014.
Let's see here. He was in Riverside, I guess. Worked in real estate.
Freak accident.
Yeah, his birthday was March 9th, 1952. I remember that because his mother was my teacher in the 4th grade. And
wow.
And we were in the Scouts together, Cub Scouts. And again, Bruce is a talented kid, played saxophone. Yeah, very strange, all of that. The mother was just wonderful. And when we were all in high school, in the 10th grade, she had a heart attack and died. Bruce was quite a neat guy. You guys probably didn't know him well, but I grew up with him. Neat guy.
Bruce Kerr, yeah.
David Lamb, yeah.
Dave Lamb. You guys know he's the twin brother of John Lamb, who's still living down in Oceanside. And sadly, you can see the date. They were coming back from surfing, and it was a power company. It's on that thing. I'm not going to go with the details, but he was killed, and it's very sad.
Yeah.
He was only 18.
Truck driver.
Wow.
No, it wasn't a truck. It was a power pole that.
Well, the pole came through the car, but it was
came
driven.
through
It
the car.
rolled off. There it is. It rolled off an Edison truck.
Yeah.
And John
Oh
told
my
me
goodness.
that Dave was actually shotgun in the seat, and he had his head down studying because they went to RCC. And the other two, the driver, Noel, and John was in the back. They saw it coming, so they ducked, but Dave didn't get warned and he didn't see it.
Oh, that's sad.
They were artists. In fact, I have a poster that he did. He used to do a bunch of silk screens for all the shows at Ramona. And I'm going to run in my office because I've got one. I'm going to grab it while you guys carry on.
Who was that was just talking? That girl, that lady?
That's Sandy Schmidt.
Andy Schmidt.
Oh, must have been.
I remember Sheila Lanfranco.
Everybody remembers Sheila. Sheila was everybody's best friend. She was the biggest character that ever walked on earth.
Wasn't she? Oh.
Yes.
And she and I went to the 48th or something. We went together. We hadn't seen each other in all those years. And it was so much fun. I had no idea she was dead within a couple of years after that.
Yeah. She was 45th.
Yeah.
Got pictures of her.
That's right. It was the 45th.
Oh, let's see what he's got. A little closer.
Closer? Well,
Charlie's Aunt. Oh, yeah. Oh, who was in Charlie's Aunt? Who else was in that? Noel Walker and who else? Jerry?
and one more.
Norm Walker.
No, I wasn't in Charlie's Aunt.
This is called Innocence, and you can see Ramona High School on the bottom.
Oh, wow.
John gave me these. He had several, and they boosted their grade by doing the artwork.
Oh.
For different departments.
Yeah, one did people and one did things. The two worked together. That was so sad. Oh, Tom Lear.
Yeah.
I went and saw him. He couldn't talk after his stroke.
He got better. He was doing pretty good. I went and saw him too at the nursing home a couple of times, and he would be so happy to see anybody. It was like he had gotten really skinny. Yeah.
Tom Lear.
Yep, Tom Lear.
Tom Lear.
Yeah. And his mother were in a hospital at different nursing homes.
Oh my gosh, at the same time?
How?
Were they in the hospice at the same time?
Yeah, different homes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, Mike, are you still on?
Yeah.
His mom was the director of nursing at the county hospital.
My grandfather.
That's
Mike, what would you like to say about Tom Lear? You grew up, he was in hell school with us and everything.
From his son.
Tom's roar was much worse than his bite.
Right.
He and I talked about that at one of the reunions, and I said, Tom, you know, on the outside you're pretty gruff, but you had a good heart. And he says, yeah, I have a good heart.
He
And,
does. You know, I was hanging out with him around 2002, and he is a really good dancer. We used to go out on University and go dancing, and then he went on a trip to Ensenada with me with some other friends. But I don't know. I kind of lost touch, and then Robert Dick told me that he had the stroke, and he wasn't he over there in a place near Juvenile?
Yeah, he was. It was that one right across the street, Orange Tree Convalescent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tom Lear and I, we went to summer school, and we had Mike Agnew's father was our teacher, and
Yeah.
and he sat next to me, and Tom said to me one day, he says, you know, I was always a slow learner. He says, I was held back to be in your class, because I remember this when we were kids. But Tom really, really worked hard to get average grades. But he was a very sincere person. And he was the kind of person that I could at least talk about what was happening inside of him. But we all knew what he was like. He was just, but back in those times, when people had kind of average backgrounds, they were still nice people.
Yeah.
God, you got to see what it's like in other
Remember
countries.
what people used to say
Yeah.
on Tom Lear's name? Hoot near Tom Lear. Anybody remember that? He
He was a
also
good-
loved Elvis, because we would go in my car and he always played Elvis on the CD.
Tom Lear, great runner.
They called him Hoot Near Lear.
Yeah. and so Kathy Lessa and I went all the way back to St. Thomas Elementary School.
Oh.
Didn't you live on Roslyn? No, different one, but I remember her too. I can't believe
Raylan.
how few people I remember.
Ray Luna's gone. Wow.
Yeah. Well, actually,
This
there's
gets scary on the L's.
we're on the L's. Yeah, we're look over here on the side. We're more than halfway down. Don't worry.
It's pretty scary, man.
It is. There's 139 names here,
Yeah,
man.
it is scary.
It is not good.
Yeah.
How many total were in class, and how many have died?
Okay, I have about 1,175 names of people who at one time or another were going through with our class.
Uh-huh.
So like Jean Luna, Truman Luna there was obviously only pictured in our sophomore year.
He was so cute. What happened?
Can you back that up?
He was a ladies' man.
Yes, he
Very
was.
much.
So these people then they transferred, they moved someplace else. Their parents moved and they went with them.
You don't?
Oh,
So, did you?
But
did
so
you-
that
so young.
so
is that a
of
picture of Truman Luna there?
yeah,
I can't
there.
see it because,
Oh, that's a little
It's over
more
here.
yeah, back that up a little bit so I can see it.
The next
There.
one. Yeah.
There?
Here's a story for you guys.
Yeah, that's okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now the Luna family, I think the mother had been a barmaid or something, and there were three of them. And so Jean Luna, in the second grade, there was a guy named Gary Prince at Jefferson, and
I remember him.
and Jean Luna was a bully, and so were his sister and brother. And at Jefferson Elementary, you could put on a hand, maybe 5 people who were kind of miscreant souls, but he was one of them. And so he pushed Gary Prince off the pipe one day, and I said, "That's it." So I attacked him,
Another elementary.
and I severely beat up Jean Luna, and then I was taken to the principal along with Jean. Remember
You did the right thing.
Mr. Gibson, and I was suspended for 3 weeks.
Oh, you're bad.
That's a lot
Nice
back then.
vacation.
Stopping a bully.
That's one. And it was funny because I was at our high school dance, and I was sitting across from a guy growing up at Jefferson as well. I can't remember his name anymore. And he told me what his impressions were all those years of what I had done. And it was one of those things that always stuck with me in life. You know, if you achieve some social justice, now and then somebody remembers something.
Yeah.
Wow.
They were quite a family. They were really a family. I remember in junior high school, he never forgave me. When I was coming home from Sierra one day, and he and his elder siblings were in a car, and they intentionally came into the gutter and squirted water all over me.
Was he related to Sal Luna? S-A-L Luna?
No, it wasn't. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What a family. It's interesting, isn't it? These things that happen in your youth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Great story.
So somebody mentioned, I guess Steve mentioned, you know, really at the L's. I understand that, you know, I mean, and I'm not complaining here, okay? I'm just actually sort of concerned that by the time we get to the S's, I might be on it.
No, Jerry, you're not in our class. You're not in our class, Jerry. Sorry. Class of 69 will be somebody else.
Okay, all right.
You're good.
Wow.
I'll be at the end of this one. Who's going to turn out the lights when I leave?
Brothers, they had twins.
Who?
There was 3 McCabe boys. There were 2 of them were twins, and that was a bunch of big guys.
Yeah, they were real big.
You're right, Karen. Yeah.
Weren't they big, Peter?
They were
You're
big.
right. I remember them too.
They were tall and big guys.
Yeah.
They were just big. Yeah.
I may have to. Did he play football?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
One of them did. I know one of them did.
I thought so, but I didn't. Yeah, I don't have a picture of him. That's why I was thinking if he was in in something other than a individual picture, I'd have to go cut it out someplace and stick it in there. About it. So.
I think one of the twin brothers played.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was, but I thought it was one. Hey, Steve, say again, how many classmates in our class total?
Hold on. Did I keep this file open here? Let me look for something here.
He said 1125.
About 1,175, I think, is what I've got for a total.
That's a big class.
Well, but again, it's not, everybody didn't graduate. We had 745 graduate and another 400 some odd who passed through at one time or another.
Oh,
I've got 1,179 total.
All right, okay.
Steve?
Yeah.
I might, if I can, and I'm not going to contest it, but make a correction on the 745.
Yep.
Because I had to go to see Mrs. Hodge, who was Jerry Escate's secretary, to find out the class ranking. I mean, for where I was applying to college.
Yeah.
And she said the graduating class was 775.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
So that's.
Well, I wish that someone had told me that.
But she showed me she had the computer print out everything and picked out where I was in it. And she says it was a total of 775.
Yeah, I didn't even go to the ceremony, you guys. I was in Alaska.
He died in an auto accident up here.
No, it's the other stuff that is itching me.
Oh, Mike McKinney's dead, is he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A long time ago. 20 years ago. There's an article there in the paper, and the link.
I believe
He a coach?
He was a football
Was
coach.
Nick McKinney a coach?
Yeah, he was a coach up in the Seattle area.
Yeah.
I believe he was in an auto accident.
Yeah. Right.
Hit a tree. Yeah.
Let me see if this loads or not. I don't know if it's going to work. It's an archive that may or may not show
I think
up.
Mike told me that Jan give me a name, who's his girlfriend at high school.
Jan Diffenbaugh.
Yeah.
Jan Diffenbaugh.
Yes, I think her husband finally left her. She was up in Tahoe and had cancer. And I believe she's down with her elder sister, Joy. I needed to get a hold of Joy.
Yeah, I always wondered about Jan Diffenbaugh. She was so sweet.
Yeah, she's lovely.
She came to our 20-year reunion.
Did
She did.
she?
Yeah.
And I've heard from her. She still gets emails and opens them from us. So the last address I have for her is up at Lake Tahoe, but I haven't heard any more either about the cancer or about her husband.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember Mike McKinney real well throughout junior high and at Ramona. He was a good guy.
He really was.
Good football player.
Yeah.
Tanya McKenzie was my neighbor.
She was, yeah.
Remember.
She was my sister-in-law. Her sister Lonnie was my sister-in-law's best friend. And Tanya,
Tanya and I were friends when we were like 9 and 10 years old. And years later, I went to a business college and her sister Lonnie was there.
Yeah.
And I started talking to her about Tanya and she got mad about something. I don't even remember what.
Yeah.
And she goes, I'm going to put a spell on you.
Oh, God. I'm still in contact with Lonnie.
Very strange lady.
Yeah, they were a change. Tanya had diabetes and didn't take care of it.
Oh.
And I think she
That's
left
pretty
a
young.
son.
That's pretty young.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
no.
died young.
Yeah.
Don McLeod.
Yeah,
I remember him.
British Columbia.
I don't know. Yeah, it was a automobile accident.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
Yeah.
very
They
young
called it
too.
Trying to see if this opens up or not. This may not. We'll see here.
the- Well, I
Don
think for a
was
lot.
one of the smartest people to ever attend
Yes.
Ramona High School.
Yeah.
Was very smart.
In fact, yeah, I remember he lived down the street from me in Las Tunas, and his mother was a good friend of my dad's. She was a Worley. Don Worley was a dentist.
He introduced me to Bob Dylan back when we were 12 years old.
Oh,
And,
wow.
interesting story about Don. He went to Europe. When did he die? 76, yeah. And he went to Europe, and all he took with him was a banjo and a pair of leather pants that he made. And he was,
Well, he was the only guy who could grow a beard is one of the things I remember.
yeah.
Well, the annual has that great picture of him at the swimming pool.
Oh, sitting up there.
Yeah, I love that picture.
I love that picture too.
He got back from Europe. This must have been in 75, because I was home at Christmas and we were having a family Christmas party, and our house was the first place that he came to, and he was wearing those same leather pants. And, he was an eccentric guy, but brilliant beyond what we know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he and I worked together. I think, when was it? I think I might have been at university. I came down one summer, and he and I worked together on a roofing job. And after that, I was very close with his family. I used to go see Wanda, his mother, all the time whenever I was back in the United States. And his mother went to, get this, she went to what's that first elementary school in Riverside? Palm.
Grant or Palm?
No,
Palm.
I think Lincoln.
Was it?
Oh,
Yeah.
Lincoln?
There, over off of University. Not Lincoln.
Longfellow.
Longfellow?
I think it was
They had
Palm.
a 100th anniversary like 20 years ago.
Yeah. But anyhow, Don was quite an interesting character. I mean, many of us had something to do with him. And of course, he was in the band with me, and he and I played, when we were in the 7th grade. He and I played on the Sierra. Remember, for some of you might have gone there. You had this thing where you had the morning.
Yes,
Yes, I went to Sierra.
Well, you had for the first 10 minutes, they had some kind of a thing over the intercom, some kind of a program. Well, and he and I played Around the World in 80 Days together.
Okay.
He played trumpet. He was pretty good.
And the Machalka brothers.
Oh, is he dead?
Kurt and
Kurt
Dean.
Machalka. Yeah, I remember. I sat next to Kurt in concert choir senior year, and I remember he and I were always looking at the younger girls.
Wasn't he a teacher for a while at North High School?
I don't know. Let's see here if it says it.
Jerry?
Doesn't say.
Jerry, his
Say
brother
that.
was at your reunion, Jerry Sparrow.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
said he was
Yeah,
the
Dean
only
was-
surviving sibling now.
No,
Yeah. Dean? Are you
Dean.
talking about Dean, Sandy?
Yes.
Jerry, tell me, what was his name, Jerry? Dean?
Dean.
Dean Michalka.
Dean Machalka.
I look on Facebook for everything.
He might have been the school teacher. I know one of them was a teacher at North High School.
Mm-hmm.
His dad for a long time.
Yeah, Dan Michalko he's a really nice fellow, I thought.
Yeah.
I didn't have any of these. Dennis Mills, I don't know. Sherman Moffat.
Sherman Moffat.
Right.
I used to date him.
Really?
I dated him as a sophomore. He was a really nice young man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He carried a flame for Cindy Durst.
Yeah.
They're holding hands, I think, on the bleachers picture.
Oh. Did they get married or no?
No.
No.
Oh.
Like I said, he always carried a torch for her.
Yeah.
Steve, you ever hear from Richard Sells?
Oh.
Ed.
I may have.
Ed, do you remember Richard Sells? He was a tackle on the varsity football.
Yeah, I do.
Maybe kind of a goofy guy.
Yeah.
I was one of his only friends, I think. Me and Bryce.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I do remember him.
Yeah. But you never hear from him about a reunion, though, right, Steve?
No, I haven't.
Okay, sorry. Go on.
No, I'll pay attention though next time.
Okay.
Hey, I have to interrupt for 1 minute.
Yes.
Charlie just said he went and got dinner, and guess what he brought?
Wait, let me see. Let me bring-
Julia's grinders.
Yes.
Oh,
Julia's
jeez.
grinders. He probably did that because he knew we were on here.
What time do you want me to come over here? Debbie, what time do you want me there?
Come on over. He got me a whole one, and I only need a half. So
Oh, so there's one
with you.
you have to share with everybody, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. Those are the best.
I
Yeah.
know. Mm.
Oh, so Gary Murray. I knew Gary pretty well. He's a pretty eccentric guy. Sad story about him. And his sister actually contacted me, and a lot of the stuff that's back here is about him as well as the obituary. But his sister wrote to me, and it's like it was not a happy time, and I don't want to share anymore. But he was an amazingly gifted person, both with intellect and with musical abilities. He made his own instruments, violins, and so forth.
Oh,
Wow.
we were born on the same day, July 2nd.
Yeah.
I remember his face.
And then David Myers is another person who's very, what can I say, unique individual.
Oh,
Not just a
amazing.
euphemism. I mean, he could rub people the wrong way, and he was very strong opinions.
He
But
became
Harry
a,
died.
He's
He's probably read more books than anybody I have.
Yeah, he was
he
really
became,
intelligent.
I'm sure he got his PhD. He was a professor of English.
He was,
Yes.
I think, he was in Texas. But when Steve organized us back when we were all turning 50, it was a Yahoo group,
Right.
and everybody would chat. And he was involved in that, and somebody pissed him off, and
Dude.
left. He said, "I'm done with all you people." It was weird. How did he die? Guys, oh, there it is.
Yeah. But
Prostate cancer.
yeah, I think it was. I think it was prostate cancer or something, but it was.
Yes, it was prostate cancer.
Yeah. But yeah, so he has
died in Chicago.
Yeah, here's his.
He was at Texas A&M.
Yeah, Texas.
And then I think his personality kind of followed him, so he went up to Ohio State. As part of the Jewish Center up there in Columbus.
Yeah.
University.
Yep. Oh, I converted to. I think he was a Southern Baptist originally, and he converted to Judaism.
Yeah.
And became a very.
He would read books like you and I would read there.
Yeah.
Oh, my best friend, Kenny O'Brien.
Oh, I love Kenny O'Brien.
I love Kenny. That man did so many things for me. Unbelievable.
He was a wonderful guy, and I went to visit him up in Corvallis.
Yes.
About a year before he passed away. He really liked Vicky. Vicky, are you up there still?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Vicky, he had a thing for Vicky. He liked her.
Yes, he did.
I didn't even know.
Uh-huh.
Didn't even go.
I thought they
We
would have
went
made
to
a
the
good
same
pair.
office
They
together.
would have made a good pair because Vicky's
Yeah.
so cute and very outgoing and very, loves the outdoors, and he likes that.
I still keep in contact with his daughter. Lynn, his wife. Yeah, I do. Kim.
What happened with the wife, Lynn?
Lynn passed away also.
What about the son that was born? That was
I don't know what happened. I know he's still alive, but
yes,
I don't know after
But
Kim passed away what happened because he was he needed some extra
I
help.
know, and he ended up getting that horrible disease that the whole family had. That
Colon cancer.
Yeah.
Very long obituary for him. Very long obituary here.
Yeah, Ken was he had that familia where what are they called, polyps, and he had to have go have the colonoscopies like every 6 months.
And he told me that he had a colostomy back in high school when we were all in high school. He had a colostomy. That's young.
Yeah, that's tough.
He did attend one of our informal reunions down at near Mike Agnew's place at Salt Beach.
At the beach, yeah.
Back in probably 2002, I think, 1 or 2.
He was a cutie. He worked with my brother at the Sizzler.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
He was one of Dave's best friends too. So him and Lynn, his wife, that passed away, him and Lynn and Dave and I would go out every weekend.
Oh, how fun.
I know.
We went back to 4th grade.
Oh, wow. I didn't know Greg O'Cray died.
Oh, a long time ago. Yeah, this has been up for 19 years. Go check it out once in a while.
I think I'll check it out, yeah.
Yeah.
Impressive. Like a public announcement call, so you'll probably keep it going until we're all dead. It's good.
Until I'm dead, and then someone else will take it over. I'm going to be frozen in time. Let's see.
Gary Sparrow on there still? You guys?
He's over here. I got a picture of him on here, but
Did he? I thought he married somebody in our class, didn't he?
he married someone in our school.
Who?
Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
Right, Jerry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you talking to me?
Yeah. Jerry, you married somebody at our school, right?
I married one of the teachers in our school.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I married Mrs. Mellon, Nancy Mellon.
My favorite teacher, English teacher.
Didn't Stephanie Gilliland marry one of our teachers too, Sandy?
Don't ask me, ask Becky Goodman.
Oh,
What
okay.
about there were two
I
girls.
don't think she married him. I think they had a
married
fling.
coaches. Who are the two girls that married the two
Drama
coaches?
teacher. Drama teacher fling.
Yeah, she had a.
Thinking Roger Hilly. Stephanie never married him.
Oh, she didn't?
No.
He was a cutie.
Roger's in North Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he's substitute teaching just to have something to do at this point. But yeah, he's still around.
Wow.
Cool.
Well, he wasn't that much older than us.
No, he wasn't all that much older than us. It
But he
turns
was
out.
enough older that it was quite a little scandal.
Oh well. I can't address that.
This is being recorded, and it can be used as evidence against you.
Yeah, there you go. It turns out that I grew. My first years in California were in Sacramento before I moved to Riverside when I was 7, and it turns out Roger was from Sacramento, and it also turned out that we both went to the same church at the same time. Of course, he was. So that was an interesting little
worked on the back
thing.
by the pets.
Yeah, you work by the fish.
I remember Benjamin Risotto used to
Me
date
too.
Sheila.
Risotto?
Yes.
Remember that he dated Sheila Lanfranco?
He did?
Oh yeah, they were serious for a while.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
But Sheila was serious with 3 guys at a time, usually.
Usually. He was a cutie. I love Sheila.
And Ben could grow a beard too in high school.
Yes, he could. And he did.
Let's see. Otis Sauls.
Otis Sauls.
Otis ran track.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He was very fast.
Yes. He was. I think he was on the 440 relay, so he would do like 100 yards, 110 yards.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran with him. I knew him from Shamawa Junior High as well.
Mm.
Oh, wow. Mark Schuneman.
He was up in the Northwest, I believe.
Was he?
Yeah.
I never knew we had a guy in our school named Gary Lee Schneckenberger.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
He was probably near me, Schmidt.
Yeah, yeah.
SCHM and SCHN. You got it. Yeah.
It's amazing how many German people there were. You know?
Wow. Well, and it's weird that you just don't remember that person at all.
Makes me wonder if he was in the service because he was in Germany when he passed away in '98.
Oh,
So-
maybe.
Yeah.
So is Zappa, what's your heritage with a name like Zappa?
German.
You are?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Are you a northerner?
Southern Germany, Northern Germany, both.
Oh, interesting.
Stuttgart and up near Berlin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where I'm from.
I was born in Germany.
Oh,
my God, Ricky
I
Shearer.
was birth baby. So I don't have
Wasn't he related to one of the real popular girls? He was her cousin or something?
Rosanna Sakita was the cousin.
He was regular. Oh, I love Rick Sherry.
All right, figure this out.
She was what?
Really good.
I think as compared to Mike Agnew, who had many platonic relationships, that Carol.
These girls knew a lot of guys.
Yeah, you know a lot of guys. Some you don't know, but it's like, yeah, there are a lot of guys here. Let's
Eugene
see.
Shields, I got to tell a story that anybody that went to Sierra will remember.
I remember.
If you
Go
had
ahead.
Mr. McAllister for drama, which
Yes.
Cheryl was in that class with me, and we wrote the Addams Family Christmas, and I believe Cheryl played Wednesday, and Eugene Shields was, Mr. McAllister had this great idea that he would come from the back where the drama room was, the back of the auditorium, and
Right.
he was Santa Claus. We had a black Santa Claus in 1965.
Awesome.
He was quite modern. You remember?
But it was the guy that was the reindeer that was kind of, I'm just going to call him an Okie.
Okay.
We were in the class. He came back to school.
Wait a minute.
And
I
said,
am.
my mama don't want me to be no reindeer for a Negro.
Oh my
all about
God.
fell out of our chairs. But because of the peer pressure, he went along and did it. And you must remember, because we were all at the assembly, and they come riding. Eugene Shields was Santa Claus, and I don't know the name of the other guy.
I don't know.
Mike Agnew might remember this too,
Oh,
but
funny.
it was this thing. It brought the house down. That's
You remember when Mr. McAllister did that one play and they made that big deal? And you must remember this, Sandy, because he was your boyfriend.
Who?
They said Lanny Mayfield.
Oh.
And you know, years and years later, I bought a condo and Lanny was my real estate agent.
How funny.
Yep.
Hey, Lanny's sister.
I'm friends with him on Facebook. We talk.
He's so sweet. And when he said, don't I remember you from something? And I said, yeah, something. And he goes, well, what? And I said, go back in time, way back. And I said, I went to Sierra Junior High with your sister Kathy and Dale Ann. And
Dale Ann's married to my cousin.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've been
Dale
married
Ann
like
looks
over 30 years
amazing.
now.
He looks amazing. But I remember Lanny asked me about you, Sandy.
Oh, gosh.
I said, I believe she spoke it
found
but I'm
me.
not sure.
He found me, and we do chat.
Oh, that's nice.
Say, Jerry, are you still on? Jerry's
Yeah, I'm still on. I just had to let the dogs out. What?
Who let the dogs out?
Let the dogs out. You know, that's the.
I remember in junior
Sorry,
high
what?
school, weren't you suspended once in junior high school for saying something unusual? You were very rebellious, but also very creative. I always remember this, but I thought you got suspended for doing something.
Me?
Gary Sparrow? I don't think so.
No, nothing that I would ever admit to.
I remember seeing you like arguing with Mr. Osborne or something once. Oh, were you in the operetta?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Now I
Yes.
remember.
Yeah. So,
you got chucked out.
It was a difficult time.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Yeah.
And it's time for me to go, everybody. So thank you so much.
I wanted to
Next
tell
year.
my
Mike.
story.
Take care, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Don't
Thank
leave
you,
it.
Steve.
You call when you're ready.
Don't leave it.
Not a problem, Mike.
Mike Agnew's story. Okay, when Mike was talking about, was it McKinney having the, no, the guy that died in the car accident in BC.
McLeod, Don McLeod.
Thank you.
Oh.
You talked about him having the smarts, but Mike and I were in political science together.
30th? I don't know. 15.
And we had to do you had to partner up with somebody and debate about which political candidate for 1968 that we would vote for. And I latched on to Mike because I knew he was smart. And we got Eugene McCarthy, and we ended up.
On to Manny.
He was in Riverside, and Mike and I marched with Eugene along University up to UCR, and we got our picture in the paper.
I remember that.
Mike's only half his head is in there, but I have it in a scrapbook and I blew it up as a poster and gave it to Mike. So thank you, Mike, because I think we probably got A's
Sure
on
did.
Who is that? Oh,
Thank you, Sandy.
Sorry?
See y'all later.
Okay, take care, Mike.
Take care.
Bye.
We're gonna hit the attrition mark. We're back 3 hours and 15 minutes in right now.
I know.
Thank
And
you.
I'm at 11 o'clock.
Really good.
Let's see. We got go down here. I had Susan Shin. Remember her?
Oh, yeah.
Teresa Ski.
Yeah, I ran into her at Delia's
Mm-hmm.
one year, just before she was moving to Monterey.
Mm.
And I tried to contact her, but apparently she got sick and she's gone.
Yeah.
And Teresa. What a nice girl. Both of them were.
Can't believe Willie Sportel.
Willie
He was one of my
Sportel,
brother's
yeah.
best friends.
He died.
Oh boy.
Gary Stewart was a
Gary
Stewart
Stewart
died?
Yeah, a while back. He had what was it that he had? It was something
what
to
we
do
got
with
here.
digestion. But I stayed friends with him until he passed away.
Oh,
Really?
Gary Stewart was.
Yeah.
Oh, I liked him.
Yeah, he was living at the beach, but I kept in contact with him.
Yeah.
Linda Buswell was in Rome, and she and I were friends all the way through life.
Cardiff by the Sea. San Diego.
Linda.
Oh, I saw him down there at Cardiff in a bar.
I dated
Yeah.
Gary, and after Dave died, I dated Gary for a while.
Mm.
Billy Sportel lived in my neighborhood, and he always had pool parties.
Who did?
Willie
Very
Sportel.
sure to
Oh
put
yeah, I
fellows
remember
in
his pool parties. Yeah.
Willie could grow a beard too.
Or at least the
Yeah.
Fu. Yeah.
Fu Manchu.
Yeah.
Headache.
Let's see. Oh, Winnie Strong. Yeah.
Dwayne Streeter.
Really?
When you
We
were
used to call her Winnie the Pooh when we were in elementary school. She was a really fun girl.
I was
She was
very good friends.
Winnie was my best friend in high
Brother.
school.
Who?
Winnie was my best friend in high school.
But I was really
Aw.
good friends with her brother Kenny.
Yeah.
And her older brother Don is a PhD entomologist, and he was in Florida, but now he's at Bodega Bay, but I think he's retired, but he's still stayed up there. And Kenny, her brother, lives in Florida.
Wasn't Winnie really athletic?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
had a pool. She was a
She
good
was a swimmer. They were actually
Yes.
grooming her for the Junior Olympics.
Yeah.
And she married her boyfriend, Bob, if you remember Bob Ramirez or Bob Reeves, he changed.
I remember Bob Ramirez.
Okay. It was Bob Ramirez and Steve White. And it was back and forth, and she ended up marrying Steve White. He was a lifeguard, and he was in charge of all the lifeguards from Huntington Beach up to Northern California.
Oh.
A long time.
Yeah.
She had a little girl. Well, by this
Nicole.
time,
Her name was Nicole.
probably 35 or 40 years old by now, but yeah, she was a
Nikki.
super nice girl.
So she's one of those that died just before our 40-year reunion.
Yes.
She died in Florida.
Mm.
Anna State. Her and Dale Ann were good friends.
Yeah, they were.
Mhm. Yeah. I think they lived like a block away from each other or something growing up.
Wonder what killed Leslie Thompson.
What?
I said, I wonder what killed Leslie Thompson.
Oh.
It's a great photograph.
Passed away at home. Yeah, he looks like a cross between.
He was obviously an extra in a movie.
Edgar Winters, and who sang? Oh shucks, what's his name?
Roy Orbison.
Orbison, yes, exactly, with the glasses. I wouldn't say Stevie Wonder with the glasses or Ray Charles with the glasses, but yeah. Wes Turner, and there's Steve Tuttle, yeah. Wes was the one that had 19 grandchildren.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Yeah, but Steve Tuttle was involved with a kind
Whatever
of
happened to Winnie?
brunette here in high school.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Sherry Wag.
Sherry Wag.
Whatever happened to her?
Oh,
She's-
yeah.
Older,
Yeah.
wasn't she?
Sherry,
she-
Sherry C. Perales?
Yeah, then she remarried another guy after that. But Steve
Steve
Perales
Perales,
first.
wasn't it?
Steve Perales first. And now
Oh,
she's her last name is Boyd.
Ah.
You're good. It's amazing. Wow.
We're getting near the end here. We're in the V's and the W's.
Shot him right here.
Patty vote.
Yeah, I remember Patty Boat.
Well, I survived.
Good, you made it.
Oh, okay. Here's the last two. There we go. So we got Madeline Wilson and Bruce.
Madeline.
Madeline was
Bruce Wood.
married to my cousin.
Madeline was?
Yeah, Richard Brophy.
She married Richard Brophy? I went to the movies one time. This is hysterical, you guys, and she's gone now, so I can tell you this. But I went to the movies with my boyfriend, and she and her boyfriend were in the back seat, and me and my boyfriend were in the front seat. And all of a sudden, the car started shaking. We were at the drive-in.
I don't hear it.
Windows got all fogged up. The car started shaking, and I looked at my boyfriend, and I said, "What's happening?" And he looked at me and he goes, "That's why we're about to break up, because you don't know what's happening." They were having a good time.
Yeah. And then
Madeline Wilson,
they
she had red
son.
hair,
Red
right?
hair. Red
Right
hair.
here. And what was
Yes,
the car
Madeline-
the car she drove? The car she drove was one of those, remember those old cars that if you hit the back end of it, it blew up? It was like a Corvette.
Pinto.
The Pinto.
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 Yeah.
Oh.
No,
You know what?
yeah.
In
No, it was
junior
one of the sports cars.
in junior high, Madeline Wilson was the girlfriend of Don O'Neill.
Yes.
Yes, she was.
I was going to say that. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I remember her from elementary school.
Yeah.
And
Monroe
I
together.
remember she would talk to me a lot of times because we had classes together, and I was super shy, always so quiet. She's always trying to set me up to date some of the girls at school. I never got there, but took me another 30 years or so.
Never got out of the dugout, huh?
That's right.
Not even first space, just not out of the dugout.
Madeline Wilson dated, I wonder if her boyfriend in the back seat of the car was Mike Tyson.
No, I think it was either Brophy or it was somebody, one of the guys that played football. And my boyfriend, I think my boyfriend was on the football team at the time too, and it was Steve Everett. And he said, because I kept saying, what's happening? The car's shaking and
Yeah.
windows getting all fogged up. And he's like, oh my God. Do I have to explain this to you, Carolyn?
That can't be Madeline. Come on.
Oh, she was adorable, but yes, it was Madeline.
Wow. Okay.
This is locker room talk. We usually don't get engaged in this in mixed company. This is not mixed company talk.
Well, she doesn't.
8 years old.
Good.
Yeah, Madeline doesn't care anymore.
Right, she doesn't care, and she was adorable.
Yeah,
She was divorced. I know that.
Yeah.
She did get a divorce
Yeah.
from Brophy?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a son, and then my cousin died about 10 years ago. So
Did
Richard's
you marry Cheryl Lockwood?
No. Cheryl was reporting this because Bruce played with Dave Patton.
Right.
It says Dave played with baseball with him at Ramona.
Yeah.
So Bruce had cancer, and then Debbie remarried as well and lost that husband too.
Wow.
I see
Bruce
Debbie
was-
and her daughter a lot.
I'll be.
Her daughter is very, very pretty, and they're very sweet. Debbie is very sweet. She looks so much like she did in high school to me.
Yeah.
She does, yeah.
Yeah.
Story.
We're not making fun of anybody. I mean, I loved Madeline Wilson. Because I don't.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that guys would have their conversations about girls, and girls have their conversation about guys.
Right.
And I guess now that we're pushing 70, it's like.
Really, who cares?
I used to like, as Jim Croce would say in his song, I'll know I used to like to do it, but I won't remember why.
Yeah, and I just think that, to me, it's just happy memories. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's left?
So,
I remember Everett.
Are we
after
down?
everyone had shared all their stories, is there a men's locker room talk area?
Actually, I have to learn about it here on Zoom. We can actually separate into two groups, but my bladder's about to burst. I'm sorry. Because I drank all of this and I drank a lot of this. So
TMI, Steve.
I got a cup here. I'll use it. How about that?
Oh,
Walk
But,
away.
walk away. I could do that. I could walk away and come back, and I'll mute it so you don't hear the toilet flush.
Okay. Here's me. What I wanted to do at the beginning, and now half the people are gone, is to say, well, we all know who we are, but what junior high school you went to, maybe elementary, junior high, and then I want to know what your occupation, like what your career was now that we're pushing 70. I'm kind of nosy that way. Anybody want to do that?
Steve, do you want to hand over? Do you want to have a co-host?
Well, I can make you the co-host, and then I will go take a break, and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead and manage this, and I'll be back. I'll just turn my microphone and my camera off, and I'll be back in a minute.
I'm a co-host.
Ready to go?
You're in charge,
Okay,
Sandy.
I'll start, and then you
Yeah.
can do. I went to
I want to
Jefferson
know what high school.
and then transferred to
junior high
Mountain
you
View
went
in
to.
half a second grade. Sierra, and of course Ramona. I got out and moved to Hawaii. Well, I moved to San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz, and then I joined the Army and went to Hawaii. And I stayed there 10 years and got my teaching credential at the University of Hawaii, and then came back to California and was a teacher in Southern California. So, and I'm happily retired.
And what's your name?
Sandy.
Wait a minute. Who is that?
I'm Sandy Schmidt.
We can just go.
Okay.
And you've done like 800 other things beside that 15 seconds.
Ed and
I mean,
Lori, you go.
We're leaving.
I like to
about
talk.
soda.
Bye.
It's nice seeing you all.
Okay, so the closest one to me is Vicky Verani. You're next.
I'm 7 people over from you. What do you mean?
No, I'll come back to you if you want.
No, I don't care. I'm Liberty, Shamawa, Ramona, and had a few careers and then landed as a teacher for 20 years. Great. With retired. Now I live in Washington and I love it.
What part of Washington?
Above Seattle. Just
I have my son that's down visiting today with his family. They're from London. He works for BP, and London is just below Canada.
Yeah, it's a beautiful,
beautiful town. I'd love to move there.
Yeah, you should.
All right.
Like the desert.
Jerry Sparrow is the next person to me.
Okay, so I went to Mountain View, Sierra, and Ramona, and RCC, and let's see. I'm still in childcare. Can you not tell? I have all. So, Diana and I are operating a large family daycare home out of our home in the Monterey Bay area, and which is still a lot of fun, even more interesting with the pandemic going on. But yeah, teaching has always been, sort of an interest. I kind of married into a family, in a family business, my second marriage, and out of that, two daughters, and enough funds to be able to move up here. So that's where I am.
Pat O'Neill.
Hi. So I came to Riverside when I was 9 years old and ended up at St. Thomas Catholic School. Went to Shamawa for 1 year and then to Ramona. I married Don O'Neill right out of high school. We have 2 kids. My daughter will be 50 next year. And 5 grandkids and 1 great-granddaughter. Don and I divorced when in 2000, and I've been remarried for 11 years. I live in Texas, but I'm visiting my daughter here in Southern California, in Winchester, and my career was primarily human resources management, and I retired 2 years ago.
Barbara.
Oh,
which one?
Barbara Steinmetz.
Oh. Okay. I came to Riverside when I was 5 in 1957 from Minnesota, where I was born. And I went to Monroe School, and then Jackson opened up, and I went to Jackson. And then my parents moved to Indio for 1 year. God awful place. I went to 4th grade there, and then we moved back to Riverside, and I went to Monroe, and then I went to Shamawa, and then I went to Ramona, and I got married at 19. Waited until I had 4 kids, went back to school, became an RN, and worked 29 years. Well, actually longer than that, 29 years at Kaiser, but I don't remember, what was it? Probably 4 years before that at Parkview. And I just retired in 2018, and now I sit home.
Nice.
Janet, you're next on my scroll.
Yeah, I went to Liberty Elementary, then to Shamawa Junior, and then to Ramona. And after Ramona, I went to RCC for 2 years. And then I got into computer operations mainframe back then in the 70s. That was a big thing. Wow. And I was a computer operator for 25 years until that started to go by the wayside and PCs took over. So I went back to school and got some certificates and training in PC technician work. And I worked for different government agencies up until I retired, working with PCs and doing lot of stuff like that.
Carla.
Me. I went to Monroe, and then they were building Adams, so we had to bus to Jackson, and then finally went to Adams. We were the first graduating class out of Adams. And then to Shamawa and Ramona, and then RCC, and I couldn't handle the smog, and I got the year that I left, I got hit by a car on my bicycle. I had a head-on collision on a vacation with my mom and sisters. Then I was on a bike, so I got hit by a car on my bike. And I wrecked my car, and then I was on foot, and I stepped on 2 nails, one for each foot. I thought, okay, if I stay in this town, I'm gonna die. So I left and went north looking for a place to live, and I walked into Monterey, and I thought, oh, this is nice. I bet I could do what I want to do here, which was have a sewing shop and sell things that I made. And it took about a year, and I got the keys to a tailoring shop on Cannery Row, and I learned how to write with my sewing machine, did high school Letterman's jackets. And then my little sister decided that I should go back to Riverside and take care of Mom, and I thought it would be a good thing. Taking care of Mom was a good thing. Taking care of Dad was a good thing. Being in Riverside after being on Cannery Row, no. No. On a dead-end street where I grew up, it's like, no. And I thought it would be okay, but I'm used to being solicited, people coming to me to do work. And here it's turned me into a solicitor, which I'm totally uncomfortable with, trying to get people to do work. And Pat, you helped me with my resume, and you identified that I'm task-oriented. And that you hit the nail on the head. And as long as I've got a task, as long as I know what I'm doing, I'm good. I can figure out how to do it. What is the task? And I lucked out. I actually got a job with Office on Aging, and they place you in a host site, and it's a federally funded program sponsored by the state under the county umbrella. I get paid by the county, and my host site was a city park, and I ended up doing bulletin boards there, which I just loved. But COVID hit, and I was just putting up St. Patrick's Day. It turned out so good, but it's still up as far as I know, and now we're going to be the last to go back. So, but we're still getting paid, thank God.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and they extended the program. It's a 4-year program. They extended another year, so it's 5 years. So I've got another year and a half to go on that. So that's helped a lot.
All right, moving on to Greg SQ.
I moved to Riverside with Mom and Dad in '68, so I really didn't grow up with you guys because Dad was stationed at Norton in San Bernardino, and we didn't want to live in San Bernardino, of course, so at that time. Same situation as Bryce Johnson, as you all know. He moved there in '68 as well. Anyway, I graduated, and Dad talked me into moving out to West Texas to live with my grandmother while I went to school, and pardon me, he said I'll buy you whatever car you want. So we went to whatever the dealership is in Riverside where they're all grouped together. Are they still that way, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah, the auto center.
Yeah. About a 70 Chevelle 396 SS.
Oh.
That some of you may have seen. It was green. I don't know.
So you must have been popular.
Well, no, I didn't get it until after I graduated. So it was afterwards. I did not walk with you guys at graduation either. He sent me up to Oregon to a prep school to learn how to study because I didn't do that well at Ramona. But so I didn't get to walk with you guys. I dated Cheryl Cluse. Any of you know Cheryl?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think she lives in Long Beach. I talked to her once a long time ago. I think she's been married a long time. But anyway, I haven't seen her in reunions. Steve, does she ever respond to emails?
I'm back. I'm looking to
Oh.
see. I don't think, let's see if I even, she's at Seal Beach.
Anyway, Seal Beach, yeah, okay. Anyway, I graduated college, went into the Marine Corps, flew helicopters. I was at Tustin. If you all remember the blimp hangars in Tustin before they closed. They closed that after I got out in 80, and then I've been selling library books in Texas since 1981, believe it or not. And still am about to retire, so.
Yeah.
All right, Carolyn.
Which one?
Which Carolyn?
I'm moving along however my screen shows.
There's
two. Sandy.
Sandy, there are two Carolyns.
Yeah.
I said Carolyn Chamberlain.
Thank you.
You guys didn't hear me.
Okay, I have 3 children. I've been married 3 times. I've worked several different jobs. Raising my kids was my favorite thing to do. So, and my best friend is my daughter, and I always tell everybody that I did something only a woman can do, and that is give birth to your best friend. She's 40 years old now, and I'm 48, and we're like, we are very, very close. I worked for the county. I did some work for the sheriff's department, and then I retired in 2018 or 17, and then I just got another job, and I've been working there now for a year. I just work part-time, but I love Riverside. I mean, I've lived other places, but my whole family's here, so I just can't leave. I've got older sisters and brothers, and one brother actually, and lots of nieces and nephews, and my whole family's here. So I love it.
Moving on to Debbie Just.
Native. Actually, Sandy Bow and I were in the nursery at the same time when we were born.
Oh, wow.
Probably were in the same room. Her mother and my mother were probably in the same room back then. But
Oh my God.
yeah, that was kind of a fun little thing that we came up with last time she was visiting. I went to Monroe, and then Shamawa, and then Ramona, and then started working with a phone company down on Orange Street out of high school. And stayed there in various different Orange County, San Diego. Then when I moved, I said earlier, moved to Oklahoma. I bridged my service after I was there for 5 years, and then came back here in 2000. No, I'm sorry. I went to Switzerland for 2 years. We started a new network there. And then came back to the States in 2000, and then in 2002 the company started surplusing, as a lot of major corporations did in that time. So I did a couple other things, but it's kind of hard going from corporate America to retail. So I did a couple odd things, and then I retired basically in my late 50s. And moved back to California about 10 years ago. My mother and father had already passed, but I had told my father that I would always take care of my stepmother. And she had gotten to a point where she wasn't really comfortable being alone. So I came back and took care of her for a couple years. She passed about 3 years ago. And now it's just me and my cat. And my sister lives in town, and Sandy comes and visits, and Debbie Kelly takes care of me when I'm hungry. I'm going up to get a grinder.
Come on up, Deb. It's sitting there.
Oh, it's already gone?
No, it's sitting there waiting for you.
Okay, I'll be there. Anyway, I'm glad to be back in Riverside. It's funny because when I left, I lived in San Diego when I moved, and I said I'd never come back to California. And once I got back here, it was so different. I know a lot of you have left and come back, but the smog was gone. I don't know. It was just a totally different city that I remember. So, but I'm happy to be back. I'm just waiting for everybody to be happy in this world.
Nice.
The next, Barbara Morris.
Oh, hi. Okay. Well, my dad was stationed in Germany, met my mom, so I was born there, came over as a baby, so I don't have an accent. I always wish I did. And then
fake one.
I know I could try. I know some of the words and stuff, but it's one of the things in life I wish I would have learned, because many aunts and uncles would come over, and it would have been nice to talk to them. We lived in Indiana, came to California when I was in first grade. I did do a year at Jefferson. We moved away, did a year at Jackson, then went to Monroe, Chemawa, Ramona, and then cosmetology at RCC. And we moved up to Yucaipa in '87 and have loved it up here. So I have 3 kids. My husband's from Norte Vista. He said the girls at Ramona were always, he liked them better than the.
But we love the boys at Norte Vista.
In fact, my husband
They were the bad boys.
dated Marilyn Blue. So this is my youngest grandchild. He's 2. We, like I said, we have 5 of them been living with us for a year and a half. And yeah, it's my house thing. But I was a hairdresser for 5 years. 3 kids, moved up to Yucaipa, became an instructional aide for 16 years, loved working with the school district, and then they laid us off. And then when we start having grandkids, we have 10, and it's just babysitting off and on. And we thought we'd have a break, but nope, we don't right now. We own a business, Hourglass and Mirror in Colton. My dad started it with my husband's uncle. And then my husband's took over, and he's going to be 70, and we'd like to retire, but you know how things are. So we don't know. He wants to maybe move to Idaho, and I'd love to go to Washington. And Mom's place is in Arizona, so we had that place. So maybe it might be snowbirds.
Where in Arizona? Because that's where I am.
Oh, in Sun City, half hour before Phoenix.
I lived there.
Florida.
Yeah, I used to live there, but I moved to the other side now.
It's too hot for me.
It's hot.
I can't take the summers there. But Greg loves it, and so that's why I like the mountains, and he likes the desert. So it'll be.
All right, Carolyn Denard. Am I saying your last name right?
Close enough.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I did all elementary at Monroe, Chemawa, and then Ramona. Moved there when I was 4. And then I got married when I was 19, divorced when I was 22 in Phoenix. Met my husband, current husband, at a wedding there. He caught the garter, I caught the bouquet.
Oh,
That's how we met 44 years ago. And so I moved back to California. We eventually moved to Minnesota for a while. Well, I also went to school for a little while. When we were in Minnesota, I worked for the Mayo Clinic in Cancer Studies. I was a clerk. And then we moved to Colorado. In the meantime, we had 2 kids, 2 boys. From Colorado, my husband got laid off twice there, came back to Northern California, and then retired to Cambria. I am a genealogist. I got my history degree in 2004 from the University of Colorado Boulder. I'm losing my voice. It's the smoke. And we're retired here now in Cambria. And I love the weather because it's hardly ever above 70.
Yeah.
And it's hardly ever below 50. So it's kind of boring. But that's
The most
my short
temperate
story.
climate there is.
Yeah, it's temperate. And I help Steve find people. We
Nice.
teach each other how to do that.
Oh, cool.
And in my spare time, I quilt.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah, you are.
Absolutely.
All right, Carolyn, I'm moving to Fred.
Yep.
He's eating.
What's for dinner, Fred?
I'm just eating roadkill. Now there was on the way down here, I found a rabbit on the side of the road, so I skinned him out.
Oh, please. No.
Seriously?
Yeah, for entertainment, I'm kind of an eccentric. You go and you hitchhike down the highway and you stay under bridges and all that. That's good. I'm a Jefferson, Sierra, Ramona. I was there in Coronado Way, just down the street from Sierra. And then it was interesting, when Jerry Sparrow was talking, I got to remembering who he was like. And I don't know if he's still there, but I do remember it was really poignant when he and Mr. Osborne had this big fight. And we were all watching it, and Osborne threw him out, and we all thought, this guy's got a lot of integrity.
Okay.
I just remember that. Isn't that funny? It's like 60 years ago.
So this is Mr. Otteson and Mr. McAllister.
That was it.
And I had
a story. Funny.
I had a role in the operetta that year, and something that I've obviously learned about myself in the interim. Anxiety is a problem, and that was that was really kind of the whole basis for that, of having a role and being very anxious about it and not feeling like I could really do it, and yet I was expected to be there at the rehearsal, and we had some issue over at this point, but I left the production, and then I came back and I got kind of roundly chewed out, and so I left again, and
remember that.
And I thought that at that point I just had no future as a performer whatsoever, and so it was like I didn't even apply. When I went to Ramona, it was like, well, they're not going to let me go into concert choir or drama or anything like that. So I took. And it's and that turned out that it didn't really matter, and so then I went into concert choir and drama and that sort of thing. But it was like it was a challenging time. It was a challenging time, but I really didn't learn about the anxiety issue until decades later, which is solvable. But so now I work with puppets. So
with kids.
And children, yes, and work on
Interesting.
making sure that they don't get too anxious about stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Fred,
sorry.
What took you to New Zealand?
Oh, that's been asked, but I'll give you a real brief history. I think Steve's kind of sick of hearing me talk about things in the past.
Go ahead.
I went to Chico after RCC, and right out of there, I ended up with a teaching credential. And remember, this was during the Vietnam War, you guys. So a lot of us stayed at university as long as we could. So I got a job offer to Australia, and I went straight to the medical field. And because when I was doing my physical education degree, I learned how to use a treadmill. I became one of the very first people in Australasia to do cardiology with treadmill stress testing. And
interesting.
So I spent 5 years and then came back down over here. I came across to New Zealand because I was a climber and I liked this place. And that's how I ended up coming here the first time. I always wanted to come here. And then I actually, a lot of people say, well, my career was actually the inverse of what life should be about, because I actually started off with quite a stellar job. It was like, we're going to work with Microsoft or something. And, we went from a company of, 40 people to 400 in about 18 months. So it was a big deal, but the rest of my life has been all downhill. So I was sold medical insurance here, went back to Riverside in 1982, I think, or 1980. And I started selling medical equipment all over the Southwest, including Las Vegas and down in the South Valley. And that's when I kind of ran into some of you people. Of course, Mike Agnew had just come back from Saudi Arabia at the same time. So we caught up. And I was down there for about 18 months because, that was recession of 1980-82. My company imploded and I was pretty scared. So I went on off to Europe and went to live in Germany. So I went to the Karl Marx University and got another degree. And then I thought, well, I better go to Spain. So I went to University of Salamanca and got another degree, and then went to live in Switzerland. And each time I was either teaching or I had a jazz band in Germany. We toured all over Europe. I was on television stuff. And then after that, I was in Spain. I was a teacher, taught children how to speak English. And then up into the UK, I ended up getting married to first time, an English girl, and she was a linguist. And then we moved across to Alaska, and I was intending to come back down here anyhow. That's a long story, but anyhow, I ended up getting another degree up there. That was in international finance and international economics and things like that. And from there, I ended up in India. So I was over there. Very quickly, I was part of a revolution. So I was personal advisor to the separation and secessionist movement of the Sikhs from India. And I did that for about 5 or 6 or 7 years. It took me all over the world, and got out of all of that with quite a lot of trauma. And came back down here and got my permanent residence back to the States, and got training with Microsoft. Thought I was going to be an IT person. And as we all know, the more times you get educated, the least, the less you get inclined to get employed. So,
You're overqualified.
Yeah.
So I've had a lot of experiences sweeping floors, flipping hamburgers, the things that keep you going. So I ended up down here. And as you guys know, you may or may not know, I've been an immigrant in a lot of countries. It's not easy to get started. But I started off by pruning trees. And I ended up getting married for the second time to a Malaysian Indian lady, and I built a lot of restaurants. And then, of course, that didn't end well. But I've gotten through it. I'm still working. I went back into the health sector as a drug and alcohol tester, and that's what I do now. And otherwise, we're developing 6 acres, and some of you have known about that. And just building kind of a River City-and type of life. Of course, I grew up there and worked in the orange groves and spent a lot of time out there beyond Victoria. Worked at the Victoria Packing House and all these places. So I just wanted to recreate that. And that's what I'm doing here as I'm developing an orchard. And it's going very well. The country's miraculously surviving all this stuff. So that's kind of a short, long-winded version of my thing.
Thank you.
Wow.
I didn't end up very wealthy.
You have a wealth of travel and
experience. Debbie Kelly.
I'm next. Okay.
I'm going to get married.
I was born in Cleveland, Ohio. Moved to California when I was 3 or 5 or something. Anyway, I went to Providencia Elementary School for kindergarten, and then in Burbank. And then I went to North Hollywood for about 2 or 3 years to Catholic school at St. Patrick's. And then from North Hollywood, we moved to Bellflower. And I went to St. Dominic Savio there for another 2 or 3 years. And then from there, the day that Kennedy was assassinated, we moved to Riverside. And I went to Our Lady of Perpetual Help through 8th grade. And then 9th grade, I went to Sierra, where I met a lot of you guys. And then Ramona after that. And then, let's see, I got married, of course, to Dave when I was 19. Had Sean, my son, when I was 20. Dave died when I was 25. Right out of high school, I went to work for Pacific Bell. And I worked for them for 18 years. I was an operator, and then I ended up being a communication technician for most of the years that I worked there. And
Debbie,
then I got...
Were you long distance or information?
I was in Riverside. I was information.
Okay.
Did you work there?
I did. I was long distance right out of high school.
Nice. Yeah, I started there on 7/7/70.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. And so then, and I did move to Chicago and I worked for Illinois Bell. And that's when I switched from being an operator. I was long distance and rate and route in Chicago. So I had 2 years as different kinds of operators, and then I got bored and I was going to quit. And they talked me into looking and seeing what other jobs. So they gave me this big book, and I looked through there to see what paid the most. And they were just happened to have jobs that, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, I want to do this. I didn't know what it was. So they sent me for the test, and I ended up being like the fourth woman in the country to have one of those men's jobs, you know, connecting the wiring. I was a frame technician.
Frame tech.
And then frame tech. And then from there, I moved back from Chicago. I moved back here and went to work back for Pacific Bell, and back as a frame tech here. And then Charlie came in. I got distracted, and then I was a communication technician from there.
Don't let him have my grinder.
Yeah.
Don't let him have my grinder.
So anyway, when I was, I got laid off from AT&T in 1988. So I already had my bachelor's degree. And so I decided to go back to school and get my master's in social work. And so I became a licensed clinical social worker, and I worked for a lot of different hospitals doing medical social work first. And then from there, I can't hear him. He's got something going on in here. Anyway, so I became, from the hospital, then I went and worked for mental health. And I retired from mental health as a supervisor. Oh, and somewhere along the line in there, I married the second time to a guy from Pakistan. And
how'd that go?
actually, it went really well. And we had probably one of the best relationships I've ever had. But his family they were politicians over there, and they made him come back there to live. And so that's how that ended. And so then for the last 28 years, Charlie Parliament, who went to Ramona, he's 2 years younger than us, and I have been cohabitating.
Hi, Charlie.
And he goes and buys me grinders and stuff, you know, for dinner.
His dad was a teacher at Sierra.
What's that?
His dad was a teacher at Sierra.
Yeah, and his mom was a teacher. His mom taught kindergarten. Where'd she teach, Charlie? Longfellow. Oh, at Longfellow? Yeah, Longfellow kindergarten. And his dad taught math at Sierra. And Central, he said. So anyway, he's the only one in the family that's not a teacher. Everyone else in the family was in education. So anyway, I just retired. I've done a whole lot of different things over the 30 years and as a social worker. And I retired from my full-time job, and then I was doing some consulting. And now I'm doing some travel agent stuff. And what else?
Real estate.
Oh, I took real estate classes, but I didn't go into the business. But I've been just kind of pursuing, actually, what I've been doing now, which is kind of interesting for me, is I've been taking classes to be certified as a sex therapist. Not just a regular therapist, but on top of that. And so that's been interesting. So I don't know how far I'll go with that. But the classes are good, huh?
Was your husband urging you to have sex therapy classes, was he?
No, I was urging him.
Here we go with the locker room talk again.
Yeah.
So there's about 5 more.
I'm done.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Who?
I just wanted to let people know there's 5 more people that we're going to do.
Oh, okay. I'm done. I just done a little consulting and supervision for other social workers, and since then, and that's it.
Cool. Peter, you're next.
Okay. family moved to Riverside back in 1963. So I spent the 6th grade year at Hawthorne Elementary, then went on to Shimawa, and then to Ramona. After high school, I joined the service, military service. I was sent to Vietnam during the war, two back-to-back years of combat in Vietnam. Returned from there, and still had a couple more years, or about a year and a half left, and did some college work, classes at Sac State. During that period, I was recruited, and I actually accepted into the CIA, and I had a 28-year career with them, with the agency. Traveled all over the world. My main job was to train military forces, foreign military forces in combat, and especially in counterinsurgency tactics. A lot of people don't realize CIA has a military arm, special activity units. That's what I was part of, that directorate. I'll give you one example of one of the things I've done with them. In the 1980s, if you remember, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. I was sent there 2 years to Afghanistan, and I actually helped train, check this out, I helped train the Taliban how to fight the Soviets.
Wow.
And a lot of, the CIA and well, the whole country as a government has a lot of strange bedfellows, and that was one of them. So now we're fighting the Taliban after, for all these years.
Yeah.
Make a long story short, I left in 2006, and I started a second career in materials management, of all things. And I did that till 2018 and retired 2 years ago. Since then, I've been writing a few books, published them, and some of them had to do with my past CIA experience. There's a lot of stories I have that I can pen down. I'm single right now. I was married before for 26 years, and I live in Temecula, California right now, and I hooked up with Catherine Call, who was a Ramona graduate of 71. And we hooked back up together after 44 years, not knowing, what each other did during that course of time. And we knew each other. We lived on the same block in Riverside back then, and we're going together as boyfriend and girlfriend for about a year, during my junior year. So after 44 years, we hooked back up.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
that was
nice.
kind of cool. That's a story in itself. But that's about it. I have 2 children, grown children in their mid-30s, and I have 5 grandchildren. That's it. Next.
Cheryl, over to Cheryl. I'm on my bottom row now.
Me?
Yes, Cheryl Chanta.
Oh, okay. I'm probably the most boring. I went to Mountain View, and then I went to Sierra, and then Ramona. And in my senior year, I left to get married to a March Air Force guy. And we were married for 48 years until I lost him. We worked together side by side, owning a hair salon. And I've lived in my same house for 47 years. I'm more thankful to Steve Zappi because when he started with his classmates.com, I found Sandy. And I said, wait a minute, we went to Brownies together and her and I hooked up. And we had the best time just communicating. And then the year I turned 50, I flew out there and her and I did a class trip all the way up the West Coast, all the way up to Seattle, and we stopped and we saw a lot of people along the way.
27 people. Remote.
Yeah.
Oh.
Really awesome. And so because of Steve, I've been very fortunate that I've had, I'm going to say at least 20, and I'm near Philadelphia, and I've had at least 20 classmates come and spend time with me. And I thank Steve for that because he's brought this whole group together, and it's just really been nice. I've been a widow for 2 years, and hooking back up with Ramona Girls was really helpful because Becky and Barb were both widows and came and really helped me out get through a really rough time. So I've been a widow for 2 years. I have a salon in my home. My husband and I were hairdressers together for 40 years. And it's just nice to get back with everybody. And that's it. I don't know what else.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was really good to reconnect. Diana, Diana.
Hey, first, Steve, thank you for downloading all the annuals. I got a note from Ancestry.com that it was a 2-week trial. And my family didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, and we knew we would only get an annual our senior year. So I didn't get to see my other previous years. So that was so fun, just sitting there and going through it. So I found this picture of me dressed up for twerk week or something in 10th grade. I don't know. So cute. Aaron Easter hat, and those are my suspenders. I don't remember the rest of it. I was intensely looking for someone, I guess. Anyway, so that was so fun. And so I showed Rick, my husband, a couple of those. He graduated in 67. And okay, so I went to Jefferson. I had Mrs. Quinn and Mr. Durand, who turned out to be a bad guy. And then I went to Sierra, and then I went to Ramona. And let's see, I went to Campus Debs, which was at Harris's department store. We got to dress up and model. So my first time to model, I'm walking down the stage and I tripped, and I go, whoa, try not to fall over. So I kind of embarrassed myself, but I kept going. And that's just me, kind of silly. So I got married when I was 19. That's way too young. We just were nice people, but I wasn't finished growing up yet. So thank goodness he was mature. So we've been married 49 years, and we have one son. We moved here to Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas, in 2016, and we love it here. We've been visiting over the years. We like fishing, we like nature, we like the people here.
What made you move? What made you choose there?
Well,
did you retire there?
Nature, water, the water sports, fishing.
Ozarks.
The people are nice. It's not California, and not to be insulting, because all my people are in California, and I come once a year. But it's not California. So you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Wherever you are, you make your home.
Yes.
And so we love it here. And Rick and I have done a couple projects together on the property. He does a lot of work outside, but I like that time together working on some projects like stone walls and stuff, because we just appreciate each other so much while we were helping each other. And it was kind of a nice thing that turned into a friendship, and it's not been a friendship. You know what I mean? When you become friends, sometimes you're friends right early in a relationship. Sometimes it's later, like almost 50 years later. But I like that aspect of our relationship, and that came out of working together on some projects. So, and then I'm in the garden club here. It's a lot of little old ladies and then middle-aged people like me.
Fun.
And, I like fishing. I've been binge watching TV since we all been home, watching The Blacklist. And I keep going past my data cap, and like they're slowing down the rest of the stuff for a month to punish me. So anyway, I appreciate y'all coming on and sharing, and it's just nice to know there's some ties there, the ties that bind, even if it's just a little. So, all right.
Cool. Ivana,
Nice.
you.
That me?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me, I guess? Okay, so I bounced around when I was little to Anaheim, Riverside. In second grade, I lived right across the street from Fairmont Park. And I went to Rubidoux in about 3rd through 6th grade, and I moved to Northern California. Then we landed back in Riverside and went to Shamawa for about a year. And then, of course, Ramona. Went to RCC and then got my teacher's credential in music at Cal State Fullerton. And I'm a retired general elementary music teacher from Mission Viejo area. And I'm glad I'm retired because they're really working hard right now for doing a lot of online stuff. So I think I lucked out there. I have 2 daughters, happily married. One lives in Riverside. Her husband is a C-17 pilot over at March Air Force Base. And my other daughter lives in Ridgecrest, and she works at a big naval air weapons place called China Lake. And I have five grandchildren. If you see me in the yearbook, I'm in concert choir. I was in madrigals with Steve.
Wait, I have to interrupt. I hooked up with Pete Strobel, who was in that as well.
Oh, you did?
And that's what I'm saying about Steve, because he gave us all this connection. Pete moved out this way, and he and I met in Philadelphia one time for drinks. So
how about that?
That's what's been the really cool thing about having this group is because you weren't friends in high school, you communicate and then you get together. It's been fun.
You know, I always felt a connection with people in music because you get to know them quite well when you're in choir. And in fact, we were on stage when the first man walked on the moon. I mean, you just don't forget stuff like that.
Do you remember that? We're sitting we were in a church singing Vivaldi, I think it was, and this little black and white TV, and there goes Armstrong, and and there was nobody on the roads but us.
During practice or something, and
that was the concert. I remember that very well. It was the concert. One mother was in the audience. That was it.
My parents were in the audience.
Okay, it must have been your parents because mine didn't go. My dad didn't go. My mom had died by then, but my dad didn't go.
Was Ben Bollinger your teacher?
I had him as a sophomore. And then we had Mr. Jacobson.
Yeah, for like a few months.
And then we had Perry Carter. It was an excellent music teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also in the yearbook on page 22. I went to the midwinter ball with my boyfriend, who I later married. I'm the gal with the neck brace. I have scoliosis. I wore a back brace. So anyway, that's me. You see me. They love to take my picture wherever I went. And my best friend was Linda Kramer. She's in that picture also. And she was dating Jack Morrow at the time. But anyway, so I'm mostly a caregiver for my dad right now. But, you know, you're talking about Pacific Telephone. He worked, he was one of the managers, second level manager in Riverside for about 1967 to 1975. So it's Nick Tankersley. So he worked at Pac Bell. And then my sister, some of you might know her. She's a year younger than me. Jan Tankersley, her name's Jan Kane. She married John Kane, and he was in the water polo, swimming, sports at Ramona. They are a year younger than me. So anyway, and I remember Laura Jones used to come over to our house and teach Jan all the cheerleading, things that she had to know. So it was because of Laura that Jan got on the team. So that was pretty cool. So anyway, that's just about me. You know, I'm just kind of taking it easy now with everything going on. I like to see my grandkids. That's pretty much all about it right now.
Okay, we're a bunch of diehards, and I'm throwing it over to Steve. You can wrap us up with what you want to tell us.
Oh, okay.
Wait, can I say something? I say something? The whole reason that we canceled this reunion was because of the COVID pandemic. And I would just like to say, I'm only my second day out of quarantine. because of
wow.
the pandemic, I had 2 sons that were positive,
Oh, dear.
and we've had a lot of family members that are positive. So thankful that we did cancel and postpone, because I myself am 2 days out of quarantine, and it's important to wear a mask and safe distance and be thankful that we did cancel, and that we're do this together now.
Right. How's everybody doing, Cheryl?
Fortunately, well, our super spreader happened to be a funeral. We all went to a funeral, and it turned out to be a super spreader. And probably about 12, 14 members of my family that are and I just got out of quarantine, and I'm negative.
Thank God.
And they all had mild symptoms. Nobody got really sick. They all had mild symptoms. So I'm thankful that we did cancel, because otherwise it's not a good situation.
No, it's not. Well, I'm glad you didn't catch it.
No.
And your hair looks marvelous, I have to tell you. You look like 10 years younger. It's cute.
But thank you to Steve for using good sense and saying, let's cancel till it's a safer time.
Well, and it was both people having concern, and if people have concern, they wouldn't show up. And so it'd be like it wouldn't have been much. And so, it was, in hindsight, it's every day it says, yeah, that was the best decision to make.
It was. It really was.
Believe it or not, I just got notified today that the Dave Cause Smooth Jazz Cruise that I try to go on every year, it was rescheduled from this May to next May, and I just got notified that now it's rescheduled to 2023.
Oh.
23 or 22?
Yeah. 23.
Wow.
Yeah. And well, that's
too bad.
because the one from this year, wait, I'm losing track. The one from one of them that was before that had, okay, that one, the one from this year, he had to reschedule to 22, and then the one for 21 now is being scheduled to 23.
Wow.
So
the bummer.
Does that mean we can go see Andrea Bocelli now?
Well, no, that's the other cruise. I was doing back-to-back cruises. So I'm going to call them though, Deb, before I cancel that. I'm going to call them on Monday and see if that's going to change too. So I didn't cancel our tickets yet.
Not to bore everybody, but a year ago we got these tickets, and then this happened, and then he rescheduled yesterday for the Hollywood Bowl to come back, and she's on a cruise when they rescheduled. So
so after the Dave Cause cruise, I was going to go on a riverboat cruise, and that's when they scheduled for that. So I got to find out if they're going to reschedule, and then we can go.
Darn it!
I know, huh?
Cruises are a big, a bad place to be in many cases. Something that is, spreads like this. So
the second one is a riverboat, so I don't know if the first one is the big one, and I'm glad they canceled that. But the second one's riverboat, so I don't know.
Am I the only one that has never wanted to go on a cruise?
What's that?
Well, the class of 71 wants to do a short cruise over to Catalina as part of theirs. And it's like, I've found that cruises can tend to divide people. And I'd rather divide people between those who want to cruise and those who don't. It's like, let's that can be something separate. So,
right.
Yeah. So not tie that into what we do.
They had one year, and it didn't go over that big.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me just let me do my 2-minute elevator story about my life, and it's going to be really short. So, born in Riverside, moved to Cathedral City, Palm Springs when I was a year and a half. Grew up in the desert. Went to Cathedral City Elementary, Nellie Kaufman Junior High. First year of Palm Springs High School as a freshman. And then moved to Riverside, and I become again the underclassman in a 3-year school at Ramona. I don't know anybody. Everybody thinks I'm from the other school, either Shamawa or Sierra. I'm from neither. And I've discovered a lot of other people who were the same boat, like Greg and Bryce Johnson and others. So went to Ramona, RCC, got a bachelor's in physics from Fresno State, master's in geology from UCR, got married, got a job at Shell Oil, lived in New Orleans for a year and a half, 2 Mardi Gras, Houston for 13 years. Had 2 kids in Houston. My son Chris, who's 38, and my daughter Rebecca, who's 36. Got laid off from Shell, hung around for a while until my son finished middle school. Lived in Albuquerque for a year. People said, go north, get a job with the state. So I got a job with the State of New Mexico Environment Department and worked for them for 20 years and then retired in end of 2014. Got divorced in 2005, wandered the wilderness for 10 years as a single guy. Met Krista through a mutual friend. We got married 5 years ago, and she's my best friend. And my lover and amazing person. And so that's my story.
And you have grandbabies too.
My what? Band babies.
Grandbabies.
Grandbabies. I got. I had band children. I have 1 grandson through my son, and then 3 grandsons through her youngest. So we got four grandsons, and yeah, and everybody lives here in Santa Fe.
Oh, that's great.
I don't have to go anywhere to go see my family, but my middle brother lives in Beaumont, and my oldest brother lives in McKinney, Texas, not far from Pat.
Steve has a cousin that's up in Morgan Hill in the Bay Area.
Yep.
And I used to work at Home Depot there for a while, and I would see him probably monthly.
He was a 74, I think, grad from Ramona.
Yeah.
He came in after I did.
So I'd see Zap. The first time I saw this, is that Dwayne? Is that right?
Daryl.
Daryl Zappi. And I'm going, you any relation to Steve Zappi? How do you know him? So that was kind of fun. Small world.
Yep, it is. It is.
Is that Zappy or Zappa?
Well, it depends. As a matter of fact,
Is there money in it?
No, here's a detour. Here's a detour. And I'm responding to Fred specifically for this, because when I was at Fresno State, I had taken a lot of my required classes at RCC. And so I could take what were called the experimental college classes at Fresno. And my favorite one, well, there was Introduction to Folk Fiddling, and they needed some people like who play guitar who could accompany, so I did that. But then the other class was Nordic Skiing and Winter Survival, taught by a Norwegian. And when the first day he takes attendance in class, he gets to me at the end and he says, Zappa. And I said, it's Zappy and I'm here. And afterwards, I thought, I bet he's probably saying it the right way. So he was. And so yes, it is correctly pronounced Zappa, like T-S-O, T-S whatever. The Sa is a T-S. And then P on the end, P-E-H. And so, yeah, it's been Americanized to Zappy like happy. But I never corrected him in the rest of the semester. I let him call me Mr. Zappa. I was like, fine. I answered to that too.
Zappy.
Yeah. Happy Zappy, but yeah. Anyway, we've been on here. I don't think it's.
Yeah.
It says it's still recording. I doubt it is. It's probably going to be like 2 gigabytes and won't upload, or it's going to die on my computer or something like that. But we'll do what we can with this. We'll continue to do things like this. Plan to have something next year, probably in the fall. Hopefully we'll have a vaccine by then, and everybody will feel safe, and not many more of us will have passed between now and then. And hopefully we'll find more people and get them to join us. I'm happy that Fred was able to join us and that Jerry's able to join us and some of the other people that had not participated. So it's always fun to get more and different people. And Cheryl, God bless you. I do this because I do enjoy connecting people.
It's wonderful.
I kind of have a servant heart. So if people want to know where somebody is, I'll connect them with them and just help people. And
I want to just piggyback on Cheryl's comment because you started this when we were turning 50. We have connected. There's so many people like Debbie Justin. I found out we were born January 5th and 6th in the same hospital. But I'm looking at several of you. I play Words with Friends with now. We're Facebook friends, and they're not people I hung out with in high school. But
Same with me.
Riverside Community Connection.
She told me you have to accept Jerry because she said he's the funniest guy ever. Because I never accept.
On Facebook. You are really fun to read. But Cheryl is a good writer too. Cheryl writes well. But I wanted to say one other thing. I won't name the names, but there's a group of girls and we do Facebook Messenger. There's 8 of us that went to Sierra together. And that has been a real saving grace during this stay at home thing for the recently widowed ones and the other widows and me, I'm alone. So,
and we share movies.
Right. Recommendations and
we review movies.
A couple of you on Words with Friends, we talk. So it's a good way to reach out. And when people say they're depressed, I'm not, because I have all these connections and it's thanks to Mr. Zappa.
Yes.
Steve, what you do.
yeah, I started in 2001 because we didn't have a 30-year reunion and they dropped the ball. And I thought, gee, that's no good. So why don't we start? And it was a Yahoo group. It was it was an email group where we could all write back and forth. And then we went to classmates, and then Facebook took off, but we developed a web page for ourselves, and I've got more stuff as well to put on there. You wouldn't believe what comes out of the archive sometimes. So yeah, and then we get virtual televideo like this. It's like, okay, we'll do that. We'll keep.
Like, unfortunate. Everybody, when they're on the East Coast, they just stop by, and it's because of your group.
Yeah.
Hey, Cheryl, you live outside of Philadelphia?
Right outside of Philly.
My son lives in Philadelphia.
Oh, really?
So
yeah.
Carolyn will come and visit you sometime.
Yes, I will come and visit. And there's genealogy classes in Pittsburgh, so I have good reason to get into Pennsylvania. I'll just have to put you on my must-see list.
And then I'm in Santa Fe, so anybody who's going east-west on I-40 or north-south on I-25, we're an hour north of Albuquerque, and we now have a big house, and we can put people up, and it's
Cool.
a problem. So,
Are you just outside of Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I looked at it on Google Maps, and wow, a nice piece of property.
Nice piece of property.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to pay it off because of we're selling the final house, closing in 3 weeks, and we're also unfortunately getting a life insurance payout from Chris's father, who died a month ago, and so boom, the house is going to be paid for, no mortgage.
Nice.
Nice return.
Nice.
So, yeah, I just to add, as long as we're kind of doing this sort of connecting thing. First of all, thank you also for including me in this group, because it's nice to connect with. I was always kind of more connected with the class of '70 than my own class, and yet, so it's kind of nice to do that. A couple people I want to call out. Vicky did a terrific job at our class of '69 gathering last year at the growing place. But I'm up here in Monterey. The Monterey Bay Aquarium is currently closed. Reopens. Both my wife and I are volunteers there. They give us a certain amount of passes that we can give to friends and family throughout the year. So once things kind of return to normal, if you have be thinking about coming to Monterey, let me know. We'll see what we can do. Just to reconnect face to face, mask to mask, whatever. And,
Road trip.
and get you into the aquarium and to enjoy that as well.
Well, Jerry, send me your contact information because I have some class of 69 people as well. I think Mel Gillum is on our list, so let me add you to our list so that you get invited to things. I actually have, I believe, a picture from our 26 year reunion where it's Mike Agnew and Fred and Jerry and me are getting a picture taken. So it's like, oh, okay. So I see 3 of them, and another one was on here earlier. So it's like, yeah, we have connections. It's good.
That's the last time I saw you, Jerry.
Pardon, Fred?
The last time I saw you was at that time that he's talking. And if these are complete accidents that I was even attended any of these things, because I never get to the United States. And in fact, I went to the class of 69's 20th anniversary because my sister Lynette had an extra ticket.
I remember.
That was really cool. I began to realize that unlike you, I was very connected to her class.
Yep.
Very interesting.
It is.
This is all good stuff, you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very rare for me to have any contact with anybody from that era of my life. You know, I'm a very multiple chaptered person, and I've had to be very, very careful and quiet about some of the things I've done with my life, so I can't share a lot.
Well, we're looking forward to your book, Fred. You know, you've got a book. You've got several books in you. I want to see one of them.
He's too busy working. He's too busy. He's still Mr. Manuel Labor out there planting his orchard. He's Johnny Orange Seed. I'm not sure what he is.
I just came down here because my fiance's mother's 91, and she was in hospital. But I just up until 2 days ago, I was working. Usual thing, I get up at 6 and I finish with a headlamp on. And, so yeah, I'm trying to keep myself fit, but at the same time, I'm trying to get something done. We still live in a motorhome or in a caravan or whatever you call it, a trailer.
Very cool.
Well, that's on me. I can't extend much hospitality. So if anybody wants to come see me, he's got to break his hand.
When I was in Australia back in 2011, and I rented a motorcycle and had a tent, and we were communicating because there'd been that earthquake in Christchurch as well. You had talked about recoveries there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was in the middle of that one too.
Yeah.
I was there right
I had
after
a very
that
strange.
happened. Yeah.
We had an enormous massacre of people here last year. Some guy came over from Aussie and shot 51 people.
Oh,
And,
I was there when that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, well, again, people we had employed, all the usual stuff.
Horrible.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's sort of strange thing. It's odd, everybody has a different kind of journey in their lives, but for some reason mine's been a bit like a Forrest Gump story.
You've had a really interesting life.
Yeah, I want to read the books.
Yeah. Me too.
And what's always funny about this is like you say, you didn't have good connections with our class, and I developed a lot of connections afterwards in doing this, and we have some commonality. We have commonality. Say what?
Yeah.
Because of you, it's led to all of our connections.
Right, but I mean, it's not like I'm not going to pat myself on the back. It's like I enjoy doing this, and I do it to help.
And we're so glad.
Yeah, but
We're so lucky to have you, Steve.
But we do have a lot in common. That there's too much more in common than what divides us. And so it's like, yeah, doing things like this is good, and this is therapeutic for a lot of people. And Carla's shaking her head. Yes, I know, Carla. This is very good. Yeah, and for Cheryl as well, and everybody else. So, and I see, Diana's clock she's obviously in Central Time, and for Cheryl it's after midnight. It's after midnight, and you haven't turned into your pumpkin or anything else like that. And I think that What you're getting ready to eat? What's coming up? What meal's coming up next for you?
Chicken wallaby.
I was going to pull up how to field dress a rabbit for you.
Things on the side of the road here.
Do you even have rabbits in New Zealand? Did they bring them in like they did to Australia? Because they're not native.
Oh boy, I bet.
In New Zealand, do you have them?
Have what?
Rabbit.
Rabbit. Yeah, the English, during the colonial times, they wanted to create an environment was much like living at home. So they destroyed 70% of the flora and about the same of the fauna. This place, until humans arrived, was of its own habitat. I mean, we had basically dinosaurs running around. They used to call them moas. And it was a very strange place. But in the last 150, 200 years, everything transformed.
Just like Hawaiian Islands, just like Madagascar as well. I mean, very unique, isolated habitats.
Yeah, it's true. But well, you're always welcome to communicate with me, people. It's nice to think again, and it's nice to have an interest. But New Zealand is a very unusual place, and I can only say, and many people have asked me in the course of my lifetime about what's the best place to live, and lots of questions, a lot of political questions come with me, and I talk about all of you people and how we grew up in California and how we grew up in the States, and what educational standards were like, and why things have turned out the way they have. And it's interesting because we grew up in a really great time.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
You can only hope that anybody who's still alive can be an influence on your grandchildren. And most people say, what's the best message? I say, teach everybody as many skill sets as you can, because it's about being able to maneuver.
Right.
And adapt.
Adapt.
Never stop learning.
Never stop learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I learned how to use Zoom today, so yay.
Yay.
Halfway. Hey, Jerry.
Yes.
Jerry, you were in speech, I think, and we went to Arizona. We drove to Arizona I might have been in your car if you went there that one year.
She's that cute blonde girl.
What?
She was that cute blonde girl, yes.
Oh, yeah, it really was cute. When I was looking at the annual, and the bleacher picture, I could not believe how cute I was. But anyway.
And how modest, yes.
In your car. And then on the way back, we stopped at some greasy spoon restaurant to eat on the way home. And it was terrible. It just caused pain. But anyway, do you remember taking that trip with the speech club to Arizona?
No.
Not at all?
He wasn't in speech. He was in theater.
I was in theater.
With you, Steve?
No, it wasn't me. Jerry, though, I remember you in Waiting for Godot.
That was the highlight of my career.
Highlight of your career, the peak, the pinnacle, right?
Absolutely. I did all of the pratfall stuff and
Okay, you can remember this. Who came out on stage with their shirt tail caught in the fly of their pants, zipped up? Who was that?
Me.
No, I was in Waiting for Godot.
Yeah, that was Bruce Langford.
Oh, he did that? Okay.
Do you have TP on the bottom of his shoe?
I'll show you how it works, folks. It's like, no. That's stuck in my mind for a long time.
Langford's on Facebook, but he unfriended me, so I don't know.
He's in kind of a dark place, I think. He's in a dark place right now. Or you just have different political views, is that it?
We have different political views. That
There's a lot of that going on lately.
Yeah.
Happens. Yeah.
We'll wait till it's over.
We're waiting for armed insurrection.
Yeah, we're waiting for a good. Oh, wait a minute.
No, we're not. Yeah, we're hopefully 2020 is going to be the year that we look back in hindsight and say, we're glad we lived through that.
Yeah, thank God.
Waiting for that view in the rear view mirror.
Yeah, God. It's a
Well,
really bad year.
And we thought that 2020 was actually perfect vision.
No. Good point.
Listen, I'm saying goodbye now because you can see it's almost my bedtime. But in reality,
Yeah,
I still
I
need
need to go.
supper time.
Yes, so I am going to thank everybody, and I am going to
Thank you, Steve.
co-host yours, Carolyn, and wish everybody a safe time that we're living in, and take care of yourselves, look out for yourselves, keep your head low sometimes if you have to. Don't speak if you don't have to.
Wear a mask.
Wear a mask. Wash your
6
hands.
feet distance. Wash your hands.
And love and protect your families.
Absolutely.
Okay? Everybody be good. Take care, and we'll stay
Thank
in touch.
you.
Okay?
Thanks so much.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, how do I turn this off?
Don't worry about it. I'll do it.
Okay.